Park and at the entrance to Gamble House have been cleaned and are functioning well. Mr. Speaker, residents can be assured that we will continue with their maintenance throughout the rainy season that is currently upon us. The Bahamas is known as the Isles of June because this nation's natural fauna and flora comes alive during this month of rain. And Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this budget will rain on the fortunes of the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, we have also drilled new drainage wells in the constituency in the entrance of Gamble Heights and behind the famous Porky's gas station. Mr. Speaker, our speed bump program in the constituency is well underway. For too long, the streets of Bamboo Town have been used as shortcuts with motorists, giving no thought to our young residents who may be crossing the streets. The road humps are a good speed control measure. I thank my colleague minister, the Minister of Works, for his efforts in this regard. Mr. Speaker, I also thank my colleague minister, the Minister of the Environment, for his attention to Bamboo Town. Our cleanup campaign before the season of hurricane has been successful, and our efforts will intensify in the coming months. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to trim trees for residents and to remove bulk waste as necessary to ensure that our preparation gains for any potential hurricane remains. Mr. Speaker, you know we prepare, but I have prayed that the Lord, the good Lord, the Lord of life, will spare us this season from any menacing hurricane. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned this during last year's budget debate. Mr. Speaker, but we continue to have problems in the area of Dorsetville near Resurrection Catholic Church. People have used this parcel of land as a dump for years. I've cleaned this area a number of times, yet the trash keeps coming back. We have to be better stewards of our environment. Residents must take a more proactive approach to engage in efficiency by taking their garbage to the proper disposal place. I've encouraged residents in the area to report persons illegally dumping. I see that my threat to install cameras in the area will have to be done in order to end this practice. Mr. Speaker, I am, however, very happy to report that the residential garbage collection has been regular, thanks to the Department of Environmental Health Services. We also thank the department for partnering with residents to clear yards in the constituency. This partnership with owners has been a success and involves an ongoing derelict vehicle removal program. Residents who are seeking further assistance may call my constituency office at 326-1604 or 1605 so we can resolve your issues. Mr. Speaker, let me say that we're looking at ways to engage the young people over this summer holiday that will take in the precepts of social distancing once the emergency order ends. I prefer the term, Mr. Speaker, physical distancing, because we must always encourage social interaction in a responsible way. So, Mr. Speaker, we see this as an opportunity for community training and protocols for the coming new normal. Mr. Speaker, we have assisted scores of residents in the constituency with free transportation, especially the elderly of Bamboo Town, during this period under the emergency order. Since March, with our ongoing grocery assistance program, Mr. Speaker, we have spent in excess of tens of thousands of dollars on food vouchers for our residents who have been most in need. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, in like manner, in so many ways, we've assisted scores of our residents in Bamboo Town. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure residents that once the emergency order is lifted, we will once again start our thriving Girls Guide, Boy Scouts, Chess Club, and the Bamboo Town Business Bureau meetings. Again, Mr. Speaker, for residents in Bamboo Town who may feel perplexed, hold firm, call our office, for you are next. Be assured, Mr. Speaker, as my motto was during the election, Bamboo, it is still about you. Mr. Speaker, today I stand on their behalf, the people of Bamboo Town, to second and support the budget statement that the Minister of Finance has called the most important in a generation. And Mr. Speaker, I fully agree. Why is it the most important budget in a generation? It is, Mr. Speaker, because over the past 3 years, I would say 4 years since Hurricane Matthew struck the major economic centers of the country in September of 2016, we have experienced nearly every natural disaster known to man in varying magnitudes here in the Bahamas. We have experienced hurricanes, tornadoes, storm surges likened unto tsunamis, earthquake tremors, and now pestilence and plague. Mr. Speaker, there are those who would say that we should stop talking about the past and move on, that we shouldn't cry over spilled milk. Governance is not for the faint of heart. But I am reminded about the song that says, roll back the curtain of memory now and then. Show me where you brought me from and where I could have been. Remember, I'm human, and humans forget. So remind me, dear Lord. So, Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, this administration was elected between the twin pillars of Hurricane Matthew and Irma. Lest we forget, Hurricane Matthew resulted in a budget deficit of some $600 million for the year 2016-2017. I vividly remember our first cabinet meeting in May of 2017, when we had to borrow $400 million on day one to shore up the Bahamas' bills left by the former administration and to stave off economic disaster. We then borrowed another $322 million for 2017-2018 to cover government's expenses and further assist the nation's response to Matthew. Mr. Speaker, after having done that, 5 months later, in September, as Hurricane Irma approached, we began preparation for its arrival. We secured the National Sports Facility to use as a shelter and evacuated some 1,200 residents from Maikia, Meguana, Inagua, Crooked Island, Aucklands, and Long Key, and Ragged Island, and 365 residents from Bimini. We then coordinated the controlled shutdown of the power supply to the southern and central islands. Mr. Speaker, admittedly, the use of shelters was low due to most evacuees staying with family on other islands. God granted us prudence to safely evacuate residents of Maikia and Ragged Island, just in time to watch as Irma ravished everything within her path. Irma destroyed all of Ragged Island and nearly wiped out the settlement of Salina Point in Auckland. I remember the caravan of cabinet ministers who traveled to the south with the Prime Minister to offer comfort to those who chose to remain and to evacuees who had recently returned. This trip was somewhat delayed due to the fact that yet another Category 5 storm was 2 weeks behind Irma, bound to head for the central Bahamas. Even today, Mr. Speaker, we thank God that at the last moment, Hurricane Maria took a sharp turn to the north and journeyed to the Carolinas. Mr. Speaker, even between Matthew and Irma, these twin pillars of natural destruction, we had to address the man-made crisis created by the potential blacklisting of our nation by the OECD and European nations, the FATF. Mr. Speaker, we had much work to do to avert this economic hurricane. How many times have we come to this House over the past 3 years to avert the blacklisting calamity and the Bahamas being shut out of the global financial system? I cannot overstate the enormity of time and energy that agencies of government have spent drafting legislation that we have passed in this honorable House. We averted the disaster for our financial services sector, but we are not out of the woods yet. Given that just last month, the EU was threatening to blacklist us despite all of our hard work. But our fight continues, and we will again overcome this obstacle. We are taking this short historical journey, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, during November, December, January of 2017, 2018, our agricultural industry under this minister was poised for renaissance. Mr. Speaker, Bahamian farmers were reaping superior crops, so we banned all imports of green peppers and tomatoes. In the wake of that decision, Mr. Speaker, our farmers made millions of dollars. And while I believe the current Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resource will speak to food sovereignty, food security, and the revolution, I will say that this government was on the move in agriculture and still is. Incredibly though, in February of 2018, challenge arose its head, again as the industry in the Bahamas was struck with blight. The revolution, Mr. Speaker, was halted momentarily by pestilence. So, Mr. Speaker, we've had pestilence, and now we are dealing with a re-emerging pestilence that is the keen toad. Mr. Speaker, I'm rolling back the curtain. On the 29th of January 2020, several buildings, Mr. Speaker, around New Providence had to be evacuated after tremors were felt from a 7.7 magnitude earthquake that took place 83 miles northwest of Montego Bay, Jamaica, in the Caribbean Sea. These tremors, Mr. Speaker, prompted the Prime Minister to announce that we will now have to update our building code to build buildings to survive earthquakes as they do in Jamaica and California. Mr. Speaker, even with all of these natural and man-made challenges, we were on the precipice of economic success, as the Minister of Finance so ably spoke to in his contribution this morning. At last year's budget communication, we posted a 1% deficit and lauded our efforts, looking forward to a balanced budget this year or the next. We shouted for joy as we received a record number of tourists, meeting the 7.2 million mark, as was reported by the Minister of Tourism. Mr. Speaker, then the monster storm Dorian came, taking out 21% of our economy. And just when we were again poised to rebound, the global community was hit with the novel coronavirus, which has been called COVID-19. Our planet, Mr. Speaker, has seen many plagues in recent history, but none in the modern age has met out the dire economic, social, and political effects occasioned by our totally integrated economy and way of life, as has COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this plague that is COVID-19 is forever etched in the annals of global history. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, here in the Bahamas, our response to this virus has been exemplary. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 disease was declared to be a public health emergency of international concern on the 30th of January 2020, and later recognized as a pandemic by the World Health Organization on the 11th of March 2020. Thankfully, because we were proactive, Mr. Speaker, because we got real-time information, and because we saw the best public health advice, complemented by undaunting leadership, we did what any caring government would do. We planned, we prepared, and we executed by cutting the enemy off at the pass, shutting down our borders very early on in this fight. And so by the time the first case in the Bahamas was reported on the 15th of March 2020, we already had a national plan for early detection and isolation. Mr. Speaker, our aggressive and proactive approach, no doubt, is worthy to emulate, as the rest of the world struggles with containment and management and attempts to grapple with their escalating death tolls. Mr. Speaker, you no doubt would be aware that the Caribbean as a region was recently lauded, as I said before, and displaced by the BBC for its approach to handling the pandemic and its minuscule death toll compared to that of richer developed nations. I was going to say something else too, but a former Progressive Liberal Party minister, but I'll leave that one alone. This is testimony that our leadership has taken the right approach when compared to the developing nations of the world. In fact, history has shown that our sister Caribbean nations look to us here in the Bahamas for leadership on these issues. Our Prime Minister, no less, was featured prominently, as I've said before, in this place in the Jamaican Gleaner for demonstrating decisive leadership. He was lauded for his reasoned and prudent sentiments regarding the need for our economy to reopen and the plan he presented to the nation as to its reopening. Mr. Speaker, we are driven by a deep, pure, abiding love of our people. Mr. Speaker, through it all, through all of these natural and man-made challenges, we have endured. I dare say, we have seen ways made out of no way. All praise be to Yahweh Elohim. Mr. Speaker, we thank him for the wisdom he's bestowed on the leaders present in this administration. The Prime Minister, ministers, and members of Parliament who lead their respective agencies with courage and excellence. Mr. Speaker, I believe we lead a chosen people whose manifest destiny is just being realized. We are a chosen generation of leaders called forth to show his excellence. Accordingly, I stand hopeful, encouraged that in the midst of the pandemic challenges, our resolve will remain undaunted, and we will mitigate our circumstances in novel and creative ways. Mr. Speaker, again I say, we are driven by a deep, abiding love for our people. Mr. Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama, and Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, in his budget communication on Wednesday, May 27th, laid out for us the 5 pillars upon which the fiscal year 2020-21 budget stands. They are: 1, protecting the health and safety of Bahamians; 2, providing adequate social support to vulnerable members of our community; 3, stabilizing the domestic economy; 4, sustaining unemployment; and 5, accelerating government's reforms. Indeed, the themes resonates to the world and marks the manner of our bearing. A resilient, bold, and economically beautiful Bahamas with resilient and resourceful people. Mr. Speaker, with the proper planning and innovation, the impact of COVID-19 can reposition us to explore uncharted territories and pursue opportunities for growth, particularly as it relates to the rebuilding and sustainability of our economy, while we purposefully shore up the framework to improve the way of life for our people. Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Dorian's now infamous and unwanted visit to our archipelago is incomprehensible. Particularly the people of Grand Bahama and Abaco have experienced and are yet having to cope with devastation and extreme adversity. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 could not have chosen a worse time to show up on our doorstep. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, I am convinced that if the Almighty brings you and us to a situation, he will deliver you through the situation. Because that is, Mr. Speaker, his faithful track record. Therefore, no matter how dark or bleak the tangible, 1 Thessalonians 4:13 admonishes us to weep not as ones without hope. For he who began a good work in you and in me and in this great nation is faithful to complete it. Mr. Speaker, I will now roll back the curtain on my portfolio for a snapshot of how my ministry has prudently managed the people's money over the past 3 years in the midst of these mountains of peril, and how we intend to win the future in this coming fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, through our many weather and natural disasters, the Department of Meteorology has performed outstanding works that have been praised by this minister, this administration, and indeed their global counterparts. Through storm and rain, the Met Department has delivered a ray of sunshine to the Bahamas. The proposed budget ceiling for the Met Department is just under $2.4 million. You are aware that the Department of Meteorology assists with the safety and protection of lives, property, and interest in the Bahamas by providing short and long-term weather services to aviation professionals, mariners, and the general public. Mr. Speaker, having previously advised this Honorable House, you should recall that during the passage of Hurricane Dorian in September 2019, the Doppler weather radar installed at Marsh Harbor Airport was damaged, and the meteorological instruments and equipment installed at airports in Marsh Harbor and Treasure Key, Abaco, and at Freeport, Grand Bahama, was completely destroyed. In December 2019, Vaisala OG, the Finnish company contracted to perform the Doppler radar and airport weather observation systems in the Bahamas, generously donated some $550,000 to address the damage and destruction of the instruments and equipment. The department anticipates that this exercise should be completed by August with the resumption of the inter-island travel. Additionally, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the completion of the Doppler weather radar installation for Maygona and Ragged Island were delayed and are now expected to occur by December 2020. Mr. Speaker, the department will also endeavor to repair and renovate the upper air station at LPIA. These works are critical to improving the working environment and housing for equipment that provides for the recording of atmospheric profiles and the information used to forecast the weather and to alert pilots on the height at which airframe icing can occur. The department will continue focus its training and retraining efforts to incorporate mastery of more modern and precise meteorological equipments and instruments, and to keep pace with rapid, evolving industry research. Mr. Speaker, all of these efforts will have a more enduring effect with the legal establishment of the Bahamas Department of Meteorology. This bill seeks to establish the department as the official and sole authority for meteorological services in the Bahamas, and will allow the department, Mr. Speaker, to charge and receive payments for many of its products. The meteorological bill, the Met bill, has been drafted and is presently undergoing another review at the Attorney General's office, and we're looking to pass that bill in this coming fiscal period. Mr. Speaker, I turn attention to the Department of Local Government, which has the largest budget allocation for my ministry. For local government, a budget ceiling of just over $23 million is proposed. More than half of this amount is allocated to the operations of the various district councils throughout the country, some $13.1 million. Local government will celebrate, Mr. Speaker, 25 years of existence in March of 2021 next year. The legislative establishment of local government is tangible evidence of the F&M bringing economic empowerment closer to the people and providing for a quicker and sustainable response to their needs. Mr. Speaker, today the department comprises 33 local government districts with 23 administrative districts and has a staff complement of 353 persons. Mr. Speaker, local government continues to be a source of pride for the Family Islands and fertile training ground for budding politicians. I am very pleased to recognize and commend our hard-working Family Island administrators who continuously report for duty amidst the pandemic. This group of professionals unselfishly serve through all types of disasters with an unwavering display of commitment to our people's needs. Mr. Speaker, Family Island administrators and district councils are bound to the ideals of fiscal responsibility, accountability, and transparency in the execution of their duties. When I brought my mid-year contribution, I reported that 20 persons from the public and private sectors were in training to become Family Island administrators. Mr. Speaker, today I can report that the trainees have completed their 3-month-long training and were scheduled to begin understudy in mid-March. After the period of understudy, the new administrators were to be posted in districts throughout our archipelago. However, due to the restrictive COVID-19 emergency orders that halted domestic travel, their deployment did not occur. Mr. Speaker, with the lifting of the emergency order and the reopening of our economy at the beginning of July, these trainee Family Island administrators will be deployed and attached to senior administrators who are in larger districts, and others will be placed in districts where an administrator has oversight for more than one district. Mr. Speaker, the annual cost to deploy these officers is estimated at over $1.3 million. And Mr. Speaker, in the view of this minister, it is money that will be well spent. Mr. Speaker, my ministry's quest to improve the department's operation and to maximize its proficiency has prompted a regularization exercise, which will appoint 256 employees of local government to the permanent and pensionable establishment throughout the Family Islands. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that this exercise is at the halfway mark and is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2020-2021 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, the completion of this exercise will augur well for the department, since a number of these employees are responsible for executing essential services in other areas of central government throughout the Family Islands. Mr. Speaker, Family Island economies with their peculiar social and cultural structures have evolved and expanded over the years. It is therefore imperative that this expansion occurs in tandem with the policies and practices of the department so that critical services can be delivered to these communities. Consequently, my ministry is taking steps to amend the Local Government Act and to establish appertaining local government regulations in this House. Mr. Speaker, we are cognizant that we are now in the 2020 hurricane season. The Family Islands are all ready to ensure that we are ready to withstand any impending storm or hurricane. It is instructive to recount that in 2019, during the passage of Hurricane Dorian, the administrator's office and residence in East Grand Bahama were completely destroyed. As a result, the office in East Grand Bahama was forced to relocate to the city of Freeport, where it continues operating today. Additionally, Central Abaco administrator's residence was destroyed and its office sustained minor damage, which is being addressed. Both Central Abaco and East Grand Bahama's administrative residence require urgent rebuilding. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, in early January 2020, the administrator's office at San Salvador was destroyed by fire. A fire, Mr. Speaker, incidentally, which is being investigated. The office now operates from the office of the district council. There are other offices and residences in various districts that require repairs. Funds were identified in the 2019-2020 budget. However, given the circumstances of the COVID-19 lockdown, these works were postponed. It is anticipated that these repairs will resume in July. Mr. Speaker, I must speak to the important issue of local government elections, which are held every 3 years. These elections were scheduled to be held in the Family Islands on the 24th of June, 2020. However, due to the COVID-19 emergency orders, these elections are suspended until the cessation of the state of emergency and are scheduled to be held within 90 days, 3 months, after the emergency order ends. Mr. Speaker, the proposal for the introduction of local government for New Providence is still under review. In the meantime, I wish to publicly thank the advisory committee, which was headed by Senator Raynard Henfield. I want to thank them for the timely completion of their comprehensive and well-researched report. Mr. Speaker, the department is in the final stages of completing several videos, documentaries on local government as a public education initiative and as a means of heightening public awareness of its functioning prior to the upcoming local government elections. Mr. Speaker, before I leave local government matters, I publicly extend heartfelt condolences to the family of 2 former Family Island administrators who passed away this year. Mr. Carl Paul Nay Russell Spencer in January and Mr. Huntley Christie in May. Both men gave long and distinguished service, not just to the department, but to the country as a whole. The Bahamas is better, Mr. Speaker, for their service. Mr. Speaker, may their souls rest in peace and rise in glory. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the operations of the Road Traffic Department, which has been traveling the road of renovation, revolution, and revitalization. Mr. Speaker, during my last presentation in this House, I recounted the information technology initiatives plan for the Road Traffic Department. I advised that the department is working assiduously to re-engineer its service and improve and enhance its efficiency of operation in this new normal. Mr. Speaker, we are embracing technology in our delivery of services in an effort to not only collect the government's revenue in the most efficient and convenient fashion, but also to improve and expedite the customer's experience. And in that regard, I wish to advise that the online driver's licensing renewal service offered to Bahamians living abroad is working extremely well. Once the necessary documents are advanced to the Bahamas' embassy or consulate offices abroad. Mr. Speaker, the local online renewal process is also in its initial stages, and with adequate manpower and the necessary technological infrastructure, it can be an efficient and effective method in advancing the road traffic department services. It is important to note that the process towards online renewal and licensing of vehicles is in the planning stages and will be implemented shortly during this upcoming fiscal year. The initial protocol for non-Bahamians who seek to secure a driver's license, Mr. Speaker, has been revamped to ensure that the applicant meets the mandatory criteria set by the Road Traffic Department, as in every other progressive country. First-time non-Bahamian applicants must now present their foreign driver's license along with their passports and permits to reside, whether work permit, residency permit, spousal permit, or permanent residence permit. Thereafter, they must submit to and pass a practical competency assessment to prove their abilities to traverse the streets of the Bahamas. This is absolutely necessary to promote public safety and to ensure that to the extent possible, all drivers are familiar with the rules of our roads, our streets. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the process towards the elimination of the paperless driver's license in the southern Bahamas is nearing completion, and these are being replaced with standard photo driver's licenses. I am pleased that upon completion of this exercise, the entire Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, will be on the traffic management system. Mr. Speaker, another positive undertaking of the Road Traffic Department has been the relocation of the bus stops from Marlborough and George Streets to the terminals at Frederick Street. The relocation of these bus stops was in an effort to alleviate the traffic congestion near the Hilton and McDonald's restaurant, respectively. Mr. Speaker, this initiative has proven to be a great success. Mr. Speaker, the RTD is also contemplating moving 3 other bus stops to further assist with the smooth and unhindered flow of vehicular traffic traversing the streets of New Providence. These include those located on Bay Street opposite Huffers & Sons and on both sides of Robinson Road in the vicinity of R.M. Bailey and Kelly's parking lot. Mr. Speaker, driver's license sprinters are presently on the island of New Providence, Eleuthera, and Grand Bahama. However, the Road Traffic Department is awaiting new technology cues and driver's license hard cards to remote locations, to Andros and to Long Island in the first instances. Mr. Speaker, it is the intent of the Road Traffic Department, and I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, because this is long in coming. Mr. Speaker, it is the intent of the Road Traffic Department to introduce vanity, novelty, tourism, and organizational plates in January of 2021. The introduction of this new product will allow the Road Traffic Department exponential growth in its revenue. The attendant regulations was tabled in the House with this budget. The upgrade of the license plant at the prison, which is necessary for this venture, will cost just over $1 million. And Mr. Speaker, those funds are provided for in this budget. And Mr. Speaker, we know that this initiative in its first year will far outweigh that initial capital investment cost. Mr. Speaker, I further advise that the color of the SP plates was scheduled to change during May of this year. However, due to COVID-19, that plan is tentatively delayed to October 2020. The taxi plates, Mr. Speaker, will remain the yellow color, as it is the universally accepted color for taxis all over the world. Mr. Speaker, I have spoken to the taxi union president and assured him of my continued commitment to the industry. He has assured me of his members' adherence to the ministry's standard safety protocols that will be required at the opening of our nation's economy. Likewise, the omnibus franchise has also committed to adhere to passenger COVID-19 prevention guidelines at the opening of our economy. Mr. Speaker, one of the outcomes of the new normal was the implementation of the drive-through system at Road Traffic Department, reducing the need for in-person interaction, eliminating the congestion of long lines, and the resultant overflow of customers desirous of accessing RTD services. This aspect of the department's revised service delivery has been working smoothly. This drive-through service has almost eliminated the need for the physical presence of customers inside the Road Traffic Department building, with the exception of those customers who intend to pay with credit or debit cards. This system would be advantageous for customers applying online when collecting driver's license. It is very likely that this new procedure will evolve to a complete drive-through system for the Road Traffic Department. I am advised, however, it should not be mandatory. Provisions will be made for online payments in keeping with our objective to have a cashless system that remits directly to the public treasury. Mr. Speaker, in my ministry is the Transportation Policy and Planning Unit, TPPU. The TPPU focuses on recommending updates for the Road Traffic Act, planning and implementation on road safety initiatives, such as the Junior Road Safety Officers Program, and the unification of the public bus system. The Junior Road Safety Program has been a wonderful success and is yielding wonderful results in our first-time licensed drivers throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, as the world addresses the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, I cannot help but compare its fatalities to road traffic accidents, which can be classified as a neglected pandemic. In the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, an average of 50 victims die in road traffic accidents every year. To mitigate against the spread of the coronavirus, we are admonished to social or physical distance and to wear masks. Similarly, to minimize against fatalities and serious injuries, we are mandated to wear our seatbelts, put down our cell phones, do not drink and drive, and to slow down. Imagine if all of us were to make a commitment to obey, Mr. Speaker, the traffic laws. I guarantee you that there would be less road accidents and incidents, and consequently, less serious injuries and fatalities. Mr. Speaker, I was humbled to lay on the table of this House and to debate and pass legislation through this House that increase penalties for vehicular manslaughter by reckless driving, vehicular manslaughter by dangerous driving, vehicular manslaughter by careless driving while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and vehicular manslaughter by driving. As such, we will continue our collaboration with the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Traffic Court, and the Insurance Association to assist with the compilation of road accidents data to support traffic safety decisions going further. Mr. Speaker, I also humbly laid on the table of this House, debated and passed legislation that finally responded, Mr. Speaker, to the decades-long lobby of many Bahamians. That is the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to turn left at stop lights, red lights. Mr. Speaker, we also created the yellow box in legislation to assist residents to avoid traffic gridlock at intersections. Mr. Speaker, both of these measures has greatly alleviated traffic congestion and lowered the commuting time for motorists, saving our people time on the road and fuel money and allowing more time for quality work and family hours. Mr. Speaker, there is an initiative in my ministry. Mr. Speaker, the ministry began the bus unification pilot project in January of this year, but it was halted in March due to the COVID-19 shutdown. Consequently, we will recommence this study in July and continue through the end of December 2020. Thereafter, Mr. Speaker, the findings will be released. This pilot is our first step towards a unified public transit system for the island of New Providence. And this pilot project, Mr. Speaker, is partly funded by a grant from the IDB. Mr. Speaker, I move to another department in my remit. Mr. Speaker, as we have navigated through the treacherous waters of the last 3 years, the Port Department, though challenged with a number of high-profile incidents, have risen from beneath the waves to chart a course of creative innovations and initiatives. Mr. Speaker, before we get to some of those initiatives, Global Ports Holdings, Mr. Speaker, is scheduled to start preliminary construction works, first by removing the asbestos from the old customs warehouse on Prince George Wharf before the demolition of buildings on the wharf. Global Ports, consequent to its heads of agreement, has committed to construction or renovation of a building to temporarily house the Port Authority staff who currently occupy the Port Authority building on the Prince George Wharf. The government has agreed to allow Global Ports to extend and renovate the Dock Masters building on Porter's Quay to a state-of-the-art modern office port building to temporarily house the port staff during the construction phase of the new cruise port for the Prince George Wharf. Mr. Speaker, for the cultural enthusiast, the historic Bladen's Battery, which is located in front of the Dock Master's office on Porter's Quay, will not be damaged during construction. Mr. Speaker, Bladen's Battery was constructed in July 1742 to protect the Nassau Harbor. It will be preserved and restored by Global Ports to continue to function as a cultural site for Bahamians and tourists alike. Also, Mr. Speaker, the long-awaited International Ship and Port Security ISPS Compliance Unit was established October 22nd, 2019 to provide comprehensive and effective ISPS compliance oversight of the international port and ship facilities throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This unit was one that was recommended for many years by the United States government to ensure greater security measures and practices at our ports. The ISPS Compliance Unit currently serves as the recognized security organization of the Bahamas and is charged with the responsibility of random spot checks, initial endorsement, and statement of compliance renewal inspections, as well as ensuring that all ISPS compliance entities maintain the highest standard of ISPS compliance in the country. To date, there are 24 international port facilities within the jurisdiction of the Bahamas, and 3 proposed. Thus far, the ISPS Compliance Unit is mandated to conduct 4 random spot checks to be conducted every quarter, 1 endorsement renewal inspection site visit, and a follow-up inspection when necessary. Mr. Speaker, since the formation of the unit, a targeted approach has been geared towards inspection of all 24 of the various ports throughout the Bahamas to ensure ISPS compliance. The requisite training for enforcement officers have commenced, and further training is envisaged for officers in conjunction with the U.S. Coast Guard International Port Security Team. A seminar was conducted during February 2020 for all personnel from the mentioned facilities with respect to revisiting, reviewing standard port security measures regulations and future expectations of the compliance unit. Mr. Speaker, the ISPS unit is currently in discussions with the Bahamas Customs Department relative to a memorandum of understanding, which once completed will allow for greater enforcement. Also, Mr. Speaker, the Port Security Regulations Act of 2016 is currently under review to allow for more stiffer penalties with respect to violations of the ISPS code. Mr. Speaker, as to the other projects of the Port Department, it should be noted that the dredging of the Cooperstown Channel commenced on April 20th, 2020. That project commenced as a response to Hurricane Dorian, which left no ISPS compliance port in Marsh Harbor. We are now dredging to ensure that larger vessels are able to access the port, which is ready for full operations.
Thank you, sir.
The contractor proposes that at least 50% of the dredging will be completed by the end of the current fiscal year. That is this June 30th. Mr. Speaker, in addition, This House has severally been advised, and the member for Exumas and Ragged Island has complained that wrecks, abandoned and derelict boats around Nassau Harbor created an eyesore. Mr. Speaker, work to remove these vessels commenced on the 12th of May, 2020. To date, Mr. Speaker, 14 of the 23 identified vessels have been removed. The work is ongoing, and the Port Department anticipates that this project will be completed on or before the end of the current budget year, again by the end of this June. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the efforts are underway to automate services provided by the Port Department, inclusive of licenses and permits for foreign yacht charters. The Port Department is collaborating with the Ministry of Finance, the Department of Transformation and Digitization, the Department of Marine Resource, and the Bahamas Customs Department to bring an appropriate online solution, the end to which is very, very near. We will pass legislation in this place to insist that all vessels' AIS system transponders is on at all times in our territorial waters, and that all vessels leaving the Bahamas must check into a port of entry on exiting the country. Currently, Mr. Speaker, vessels are not required to check with border control agencies when exiting the country. They are only required to check with border control agencies when entering the country and not when exiting the country. Again, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance would have spoken to these initiatives early on this morning. Mr. Speaker, I move on to mailboat services. In the same way that the mailboat service performed magnificently during the Dorian evacuations, they have met the challenge, Mr. Speaker, of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mailboats have delivered the mail and freight to the Family Islands on time and in time to help our people during this period covered under the emergency order. Mr. Speaker, it is noteworthy that not one case of COVID-19, not one case of COVID-19 has been transferred by the mailboat from New Providence to any of our Family Islands. This is due to the stringent protocols put in place for the mailboats by the Ministry of Transport with the assistance of the Ministry of Health. The following proposals for mailboats is being considered for implementation during the 2020-2021 fiscal year. The components include, I'm sure Cat Island wants to hear this, the component includes securing mailboat service for North Cat Island to afford the residents there equitable access to delivery service, given the hardship and cost borne by those residents who have to drive or catch a ride or pay someone to bring their goods from South Cat Island. Presently, mailboat operators only receive a subsidy for the delivery of goods and services to South Cat Island.
Cat Island, we're looking out for you.
Mr. Speaker, in regards to mailboat, the canceling of contracts to persons who substitute for delinquent mailboat owners.
Say that again.
I'll say it again. Mr. Speaker, it is the intent of this government for the canceling of contracts for persons who substitute for delinquent mailboat owners. The government of the Bahamas has never favored third-party services. Mr. Speaker, if you do not have a boat, you should not be in the mailboat business, receiving a subsidy from the government of the Bahamas. That is the law. And Mr. Speaker, my Prime Minister has insisted that we will enforce and we will follow the law during the fiscal period 2020-2021. The taxi is coming very soon. Before I leave this segment of my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I recall that a number of my agencies all over the country need staff. RTD, Port Department, Post Office. You know the member for Long Island? No, he's been on me for the appointment of staff in the RTD for Long Island and for a new mailboat service operator for South Long Island, Clarence Town. Mr. Speaker, our conversations have been hot and sometimes not. I can report, though, Mr. Speaker, that we have solved the staffing issues at the Road Traffic Department in Long Island. As to the Mayor Dane, it has been parked at Porter's Key since 2012. It is not seaworthy, yet the contract goes to the individual. But we will resolve South Long Island's route operator by the 1st of July. Mr. Speaker, the National Maritime Policy and Planning Committee is spearheading work with the implementation of policy. The National Maritime Policy Plan, which was adopted by the former administration and continued by this administration. The committee will hopefully soon be the recipient of an IDB grant to assist with the enforcement of revenue measures from the blue economy and the progress of infrastructural works for the maritime space. I publicly thank the chair, Reverend Angela Palacios, and her team for their tireless works. Mr. Speaker, I will now move to one of the jewels in the crown of this government. Mr. Speaker, before I move away from the maritime affairs, I must outline and commend the work of the BMA. Mr. Speaker, our manifesto committed to the people of Grand Bahama that we would open a BMA office there. However, given the economics and infrastructural challenges, it was thought more prudent to open an office in Japan to generate much needed revenue. We have done just that. The Japanese market, Mr. Speaker, has indeed been fruitful for the BMA and the Bahamas. In fact, Mr. Speaker, to assist the nation through this COVID-19 crisis, the board of the BMA has agreed to release to the public treasury a nicely sum of monies to assist in our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the remaining goals and initiatives of the authority for the remaining of the 2020 calendar year and the proposed activities for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. However, the implementation of an effective business continuity plan will enable the sustained delivery of quality registration service for customers and an effective representation of the Bahamas at the national, regional, and international levels. Mr. Speaker, the BMA continues to deliver a quality registration service, with its registry having some 1,514 ships, totaling over 65 million gross tonnage. The quality of tonnage has resulted in the Bahamas flag being the world's 7th largest ship registry, the largest flag for passenger cruise ships, one of the largest flags for LNG and offshore sector, and the top performing flag as it relates to port state control, a key industry standard in ships operating in Europe, Asia, and the US. Mr. Speaker, the BMA's location in Nassau, New Providence, Prius, Greece, London, Hong Kong, and Tokyo enables service delivery that covers Asia, Europe, and the US, and the Caribbean, with expansion plans being reviewed for more regional representation of registration service for our customers, who cover all shipping sectors and who are globally positioned. Mr. Speaker, the BMA is an active participant and recognized leader in the policy decisions at the International Maritime Organization, the IMO. And the Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, was able to secure IMO Council membership in Category C for the 2019-2020 biannual. The Bahamas placed a historic 6th in the voting among 20 nations for Category C, chosen by the 160 nation IMO Council. The Bahamas intends to pursue council membership for the 2020-2021 biannual, and this will require interagency cooperation for engaging with all IMO member states. The Bahamas, through the BMA, sits on the IMO's World Maritime University Board of Governors, which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, is an extremely distinguished position. Mr. Speaker, at the national level, the BMA continues to engage with all relevant government agencies and participates in the appropriate interagency committees and discussions to ensure a holistic consideration and consistent implementation of the Bahamas' obligation as an IMO port, flag, and coastal state. A key to this partnership is ensuring that the legislative framework is in place, and to this extent, the BMA, with the assistance of the Office of the Attorney General, has undertaken a comprehensive review of the Merchant Shipping Act and regulations to update and to address any gaps in the legislation. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in regards to the BMA, the 1st of July 2020 marks the 25th anniversary of the establishment of the Bahamas Maritime Authority. Various events have been planned, which will likely be pushed back. However, Maritime Week, which is one of the events planned, will be under the patronage of Mr. Peter John Galandris, Deputy Director of the BMA's board, the longest standing board member, and a most gracious benefactor to the Bahamas. I want to publicly thank him for his long years of service and commitment to our beautiful Bahama land. Mr. Speaker, permit me to now highlight the operations of the Post Office Department, which, as you know, is considered a port of entry. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that the General Post Office successfully relocated in May of 2019 to the Town Center Mall. In so doing, its priority agenda pursues transforming operations through technology as a fundamental first step. Mr. Speaker, with the move, the department's ambitious projections were almost immediately impacted by the devastation caused by Hurricane Dorian early in the fiscal period, and most recently from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding these impacts, the department actually has, in the first 9 months of the fiscal year, outperformed the revenue collections of the fiscal year 2018-2019.
Better condition, better productivity.
We actually saw an increase in revenue intake from $2,345,000 in 2018-2019 to $2,374,312 reported during the first 9 months of this current 2019-2020 fiscal period. Mr. Speaker, these figures are expected to rise as reports are received from various family islands and activities in New Providence continue during the final quarter of 2019-2020. It will be interesting to compare the 2 full years at the close of this fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, it is our hope that with a continued aggressive approach to moving parcels through the delivery process and further strengthening our daily deposits from postal activities, anticipated shortfalls will outset from the economic downturn due to the Hurricane Dorian and COVID-19. Again, Mr. Speaker, we've already beaten the revenue projections for the department in the first 9 months. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the setback, there are still projected service expansions and anticipated success for the department. In fact, we intend to complement the audit certification. Mr. Speaker, I want it to be said, Mr. Speaker, in this place, that in fact, the post office passed its audit in January of this year, for the first time in many, many, many moons. In fact, we intend to complement the audit certification we received in December 2019 by obtaining for the first time since the issue of September 11th, the security certification within the next fiscal year. The post office could not obtain its security certification before. Mr. Speaker, customer service also will be a focal point, facilitated by a recently introduced customer service unit for the Post Office Department. The Post Office remains optimistic about the profitable advantages to be gained by improving its service product, and therefore will continue with the process of transitioning to a cash receipting system as a means of not only tightening counter operating controls, but also as a first steps towards expanding its service offerings. Additionally, the department has been offered technical advice and assistance from the Universal Postal Union, the UPU, with the implementation of a compatible information technology solution to enhance and expand parcel service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in its quest to further automate its services, operations for the modernization and transformation of postal services, the department has acquired the necessary hardware such as PCs, monitors, and printers to facilitate its cash receipting and e-commerce readiness process. These equipment will assist with embracing new revenue streams comprising of online shopping delivery and customs clearance payments. Like the song says, Mr. Speaker, ain't no stopping us now. We on the move. Mr. Speaker, the department will also be moving to address the state of its buildings via repairs and upgrades needed to a number of sub and district offices. These buildings have long fallen into disrepair, are in need of immediate redress. Our postal employees must be commended for their patience in working in these conditions. And just like this administration, Mr. Speaker, delivered them from the horrendous conditions at the East Hill Street Post Office, we will deliver them from these conditions. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the F&M still delivers. Mr. Speaker, the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery at the post office is contingent on maintaining adequate staffing. Therefore, I would be remiss if I were not to touch on this pressing issue. Mr. Speaker, I recognize the dire economic challenges facing the nation. Nonetheless, the fact that the Post Office Department continues to lose officers to retirements without suitable replacement must be addressed. This steady depletion of human resource cannot continue if we are to successfully continue the expansion of service offerings that we are expected to in increasing our revenue intake. To this end, we will seek to fill key positions through in-house promotions in the first instance, then seek to transfer in the best talents of persons in the public service, especially those officers who desire change in their work type or environment. As a last resort, Mr. Speaker, I will beg the cabinet, and we will see whether we can hire in new officers, finances permitting. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the last agency in my remit, and that is the Air Accident Investigation Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Air Accident Investigation Authority, which is the most recent agency within my ministry's remit, was recently transferred from the Ministry of Tourism and Aviation due to the passage of the Air Accident Investigation Authority Act of 20th of December 2019. Its mandate is to investigate accidents and serious incidents and to make recommendations to prevent recurrence in accordance with Annex 13 to the Convention on the International Civil Aviation, ICAO. While the Air Accident Investigation Authority is not a revenue-generating entity, its purpose and creation was required and is most important for the safety of aviation in the country. Mr. Speaker, the Air Accident Investigation Authority is now poised to raise its score results from the last audit from a mere 13% to more than 95%, aiming for 100% with 102 of the 104 audit requirements being satisfied. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of a board to oversee the administration of the authority, a full complement of staff, a new facility, confirmation of source of funding, and supplemental funding for accidents and incidents investigation are required to achieve 100% compliance. And Mr. Speaker, I would say the Cabinet made the decision about the board this last Saturday. My ministry is currently working, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the other matters in regards to the Air Accident Investigation Authority are taken care of expeditiously. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that the highest form of praise is the expression of gratitude. As the minister responsible for the Ministry of Transport and Local Government, I will continually express my thanks for the distinguished opportunity to serve in this capacity. I also thank the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Antoinette Thompson, heads of departments, and the administrative, technical, and support staff of the ministry for their perseverance and tenacity in advancing the mandate set forth by the government of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, these capable officers will give unreservedly of their time, talents, and efforts to ensure that this ministry provides optimal service to the people of this wonderful country we all love. Mr. Speaker, with that, I close the reporting on the agencies in my remit and move on briefly to the wider budget. Mr. Speaker, I had another.
Take your time. Doing good. Doing good. Doing good.
Mr. Speaker, I would wish for you to indulge me for a moment the opportunity to bring to the attention of the House potential threats on the horizon that can affect our economic recovery and the Bahamian people's well-being. First, Mr. Speaker, there's the potential of a second surge of the virus globally in the coming fall and winter months, either by the virus mutating or just the potential of the virus having greater resilience during the colder months, like its sister coronavirus, the flu. Secondly, we are in this year's hurricane season, and we know that this is an unusual year in that we are expecting more hurricanes and the potential for the formation of 4 major storms. Mr. Speaker, we hope and pray. Mr. Speaker, we hope and pray that we are spared from any future hurricane disaster this coming fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, we must also keep a keen eye, potential threats. This upcoming fiscal year, we must also keep a keen eye, Mr. Speaker, on Israel and its neighbors, as this is a potential flashpoint this summer that can have global ramifications. Unrest in the Middle East always has an effect on oil prices, and higher oil prices will have a negative effect on our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, every global recession in the last 100 years has always been preceded by high oil prices. So we pray that nothing happens in this region that will upset the strategic balance between neighbors. Mr. Speaker, we must also keep a keen eye on the strained relationship between China and the West, inclusive of the United States, as well as the restrained relationship between India and China and a number of China's neighbors. So, Mr. Speaker, those are potential pitfalls, flashpoints that may arise during this upcoming fiscal period that can possibly have a negative effect on our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, I've sought to remind this House of what we have done, even with the challenges that we have faced over the past 3 years. Mr. Speaker, I am no prophet, but I have looked at what is happening in the world today and have spoken to those potentials that may come to pass in short term. But Mr. Speaker, I pray to Yahweh Elohim that neither of those 4 scenarios that I've mentioned, Mr. Speaker, see the light of day in this upcoming fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, you're being mischievous, Sir Andrews. Mr. Speaker, recognizing those potentials we have sought through this budget, Mr. Speaker, recognizing those potentials we have sought through this budget to build a more resilient Bahamas, to pull us out of economic crisis and out of this COVID-19 recession. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 schools of thought as to how you pull an economy out of recession. And then there's another as to how you sustain the growth in a meaningful way for your people. All theories start with the premise that a recession is the slowdown of money flowing in an economy. The money does not disappear, the money is stalled. Mr. Speaker, in the first line of thinking is that growth should primarily be driven by the private sector. The noted Austrian economist Friedrich von Hayek wrote in his book, The Road to Serfdom, that since the private sector is the largest part of your economy, the government should remove taxes, custom duties, and government fees on private businesses and individuals to encourage more spending in the economy. The idea is that more industry and employment opportunities are created for the citizenry. This forces the circulation of money, greater economic energy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, depending on who you ask, the private sector hosts 70 to 80% of the GDP of the Bahamas. The idea that I have just spoken about is sometimes called supply-side economics or trickle-down economics. Mr. Speaker, another noted economist who subscribed to this thinking was Milton Friedman. President Ronald Reagan and Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher were devotees of Hayek and Friedman and used this thinking to pull the global economy out of recession during the 1980s. Incidentally, President Donald Trump is also fond of Hayek and Friedman's economics. Mr. Speaker, there is the other side of the coin that advocates for government spending as the main driver to economic growth, to pull an economy out of economic recession or crisis. The noted British economist John Maynard Keynes was the main proponent of this line of thinking. Consequently, it is called Keynesian economics. Keynes's rationale embraces the theory that since government always has and can get money from taxes and borrowings, these sums should be pushed back into the economy through massive capital works and infrastructural spending to create jobs and social assistance programs that help the most vulnerable in the society. Here again, Mr. Speaker, the circulation of money creates greater economic energy. Mr. Speaker, President Obama. Mr. Speaker, President Obama and his one-time advisor, noted Nobel laureate economist Paul Krugman, are devotees of Keynesian thinking. President Obama used Keynesian principles to pull the U.S. out of global financial crisis of 2008. Mr. Speaker, where the recovery is being driven, Mr. Speaker, where the recovery is being driven by supply-side trickle-down economics or Keynesian economic theory. Recovery will not be meaningful if it is not sustained in real terms. Sustainability requires a diversified domestic economy as opposed to foreign production and foreign companies or entities mainly leading the charge. Another noted economist, Paul Michael Tadaro, in his groundbreaking book, Economic Development, made masterful arguments for greater domestic, endogenous, as they call it, production, rather than imports or exogenous production. Mr. Speaker, our own Bahamian economists, Dr. Olivia Sanders and Nicholas Carey-Giannis, have written in a number of books supporting domestic endogenous production, especially in agricultural products and manufacturing of goods and crafts to sustain economic growth and lower unemployment. Mr. Speaker, whatever we wish to call it, by whatever proven means, the main idea is to get more monies flowing in the circuitry of our domestic economy. Mr. Speaker, that is why this budget is not myopic in its economic ideal or philosophy. Mr. Speaker, we are practicing supply-side and Keynesian economics in this budget. We are practicing endogenous as well as exogenous principles in this budget. Mr. Speaker, we have gone for the whole haul. Or, as my grandma would say, we've gone for all of them. Mr. Speaker, in regards to Hayek's thinking, we have reduced the duties on all building materials, construction materials down to 20% in this budget, and reduced duties on other goods to encourage private sector growth and commerce. This is to reinvigorate and to release the energies of our people towards goods, productive work. Mr. Speaker, this government is also looking at how we can make land available to private sector for home construction and utility infrastructural investments. Mr. Speaker, in regards to Keynesian thinking, the government will be spending $500 million in capital works to put our people to work in construction so as to revive our economy and to enhance our physical plant and infrastructure, to reinvigorate and energize our built environment, engineers, architects, technicians, and contractors. Not just the physical plant, Mr. Speaker, but we are targeting our IT and digital infrastructure as well throughout the government service to cut down on employee and customers' response time and to stop revenue leakage. Mr. Speaker, staying in the Keynesian model, salaries and emoluments of public officers have been preserved. We've not cut anyone's salary, as many expected this budget to do. In fact, many nations in our region and beyond have cut civil servant salaries by some 50% in some instances in the short term. Mr. Speaker, we did none of that. Mr. Speaker, we know that with Dorian and this COVID crisis, that we would have had more people to the social services lines. So we have increased social assistance. In fact, in further to put more monies in our economy and to help our elderly, our most vulnerable, NIB has increased the old age pension. NIB, Mr. Speaker, during this period has also paid out nearly $40 million to replace the salaries lost in the private sector due to COVID-19 since March. Mr. Speaker, in regards to domestic endogenous production, the Minister of Agriculture will speak to the revolution that is underway to increase our food security through food sovereignty in agriculture. In regards to exogenous production, to foreign injection of capital, bringing new money to the Bahamas, the Minister of Tourism will speak about our tourism plan and airspace revenue potential.
Well, you're doing well. You sound like an innovative leader. Respecting everybody, Minister, really.
Mr. Speaker, I have another 10 pages, but you know, Mr. Speaker, so in closing,
Yeah, time. You got 8 minutes left.
Take it down, I'm enjoying this.
Half hour my time.
so Mr. Speaker, in closing, we must remember
Talk, man. You're talking good.
the economic challenges we face
Don't mind that block. You're talking good.
as novel as this coronavirus.
You got another 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, we have fully supported our people medically and economically through all crises. But Mr. Speaker, we know that we also need to keep enterprise alive.
You got another 30 minutes.
As business,
You got 30 minutes. That clock wrong.
You got another 30 minutes. You got another 30 minutes.
hence there's a
Take your time. You got 30 minutes.
Talk. Talk all of that. And I'd lift them.
But I want to know that then 7 o'clock tonight. Let him go on 7
That's your homeboy talking.
Yeah, you make him that.
Be brief. Yeah, be brief. Talk, Babu.
You're a bit simple. Call Babu down. It's a different Bahamas today, man. Just talking nonsense this morning. Oh, I like what they're like. Economic fact. And get everything, you covered everything like a real deal.
Mr. Speaker,
You talk about that now. Don't talk.
Mr. Speaker, as the government, our minds have been focused on health and well-being, the physical and economic security of our people. Mr. Speaker, security has also been an undergirding principle of this administration from the beginning. And is resident in our manifesto and resident in this budget as well. Mr. Speaker, we promise greater security in 3 areas: food security, energy security, and the security of our currency. The Western world economies are also built on a foundation of these 3 energy security phenomena.
I know.
Mr. Speaker, economies built on securing energy principle do so with a view to surviving cataclysmic national and global events. The national economy is built, Mr. Speaker, like the human body. They both work off of the scientific, or what scientists will call potential energy and kinetic energy principles. Mr. Speaker, potential energy is the stored energy, and kinetic energy, Mr. Speaker, is the energy of motion that animates us and causes you and me to move. Mr. Speaker, right now my body has fat stores, fatty tissue. That is my potential energy stores. That the body will break down, into fuel and use in times of calamity or crisis. But, Mr. Speaker, my body also has sugars and carbohydrates currently circulating around in my blood. And my cells are using this to animate this biological machine that is called Renwood, so that I can do meaningful work. Meaningful work sometimes, and meaningful work other times. Mr. Speaker, we're all guilty of that. Wasting time and energy. But Mr. Speaker, in regards to food security, we know that food fuel is the energy necessary to drive our biological machine, our body. It is a basic physiological need. Food security rather than food sovereignty is what the Bahamas must practice. And Mr. Speaker, going back to likening our economy in regards to potential energy stores and kinetic energy. Kinetic energy, Mr. Speaker, is that, again, what I said, it is when we take in fuel that animates matter. Mr. Speaker, Einstein once said, and Einstein stated, and it's been proven to 14 place of the decimal, it's the most proved theory in science today, that E equals mc squared. E equals MC squared, Mr. Speaker, is the totality of our entire physical reality. It says energy and matter are interchangeable. Mr. Speaker, energy is what is needed to move things. It gets things going. Matter cannot move. Matter is not alive without energy stores. But you know what's interesting, Mr. Speaker? I might divulge a little bit here. You know, in engineering school, one of the things I found that was most interesting was that most of the fundamental equations in nature, regardless of what they were, always had three variables: energy, matter, the speed of light. Velocity, how things move, velocity, distance, time. Work, force, distance. Acceleration, force, mass, force over mass. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that all of the fundamental equations in nature are triune. Mr. Speaker, as well.
You've done well. I'm on your back.
As well.
Wrap that up strong, man. Let's go.
It determines, Mr. Speaker, what happens in our economy.
Done well. Yes.
In regards to food security, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to use the United States as an example. The U.S. practices potential energy stores and kinetic energy stores. The United States, Mr. Speaker, has what is called a strategic food grain reserve. Mr. Speaker, the United States has grain stored up, whereby if it never produced another wheat in the field, it can feed its population for 8 months to a year. That's its potential energy stores. Mr. Speaker, in regards to energy that drives our buildings, that drives our cars, that drives our trains and planes and automobiles, Mr. Speaker, the United States has what is called the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, where they have stored underneath Texas, Louisiana, and Oklahoma a year's worth of fuel, Mr. Speaker, in the event of any global pandemic, Mr. Speaker, whereby they would be able to move their economy forward for 1 year. You have the Strategic Food Reserve. You have the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Mr. Speaker, the United States calls its central bank the entity that drives energy into its economy. What does it call its central bank? It is called the Federal Reserve. And Mr. Speaker, as previously indicated, Mr. Speaker, this is sort of the last sphere of energy phenomena that we in the Bahamas have been concerned with. Mr. Speaker, money, cash currency is the fuel that drives economic activity. Cash must flow from our economy to continue to survive. Greater cash flow generates greater energy in the economy. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, money is called currency because it's like the current, electrical charge that brings alive all circuitry. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, we call our credit cards charge cards, hearkening back to a charged particle, which is the particle that sparks and generates electricity in any form of substance or matter. Mr. Speaker, I can take the engineering analogy further and speak about how banks act like capacitors and inductors in a circuit. In circuitry, the rate at which a capacitor releases a charge into the system determines the energy. Likewise, Mr. Speaker, the rate at which banks or financial entities release money into the economy through loans and other vehicles determine the energy in the nation's economy. Mr. Speaker, the Bible gives us more than just a hint as to the power of money and its movement or the lack thereof. The Bible says in Ecclesiastes 10:19 that money, Mr. Speaker, answers all things. And so, Mr. Speaker, as Todd Andrews would say, before I lose, folks, so in closing, Mr. Speaker, we must remember that the economic challenges we face are as novel as this coronavirus. Mr. Speaker, we have fully supported our people medically and economically through all crises. But Mr. Speaker, we know that we also need to keep enterprise alive, as businesses that were otherwise healthy cannot meet their obligations if they are shut down or drastically curtailed for an inordinate period of time. Hence, there is the first opening plan for the competent authority, the Prime Minister, to July. Mr. Speaker, with this budget, we are leading our people into the land of hope and promise. Mr. Speaker, we have crossed over the proverbial Jordan into the land of economic promise. We are possessing that beautiful Beulah land. Mr. Speaker, because this administration is firmly convinced that we are all well able to possess it. We must continue to go up in that land because we are able. Mr. Speaker, I say, look at what the Lord has done over these 3 years and will continue to do. Mr. Speaker, it is marvelous in our sight. And Mr. Speaker, next year, when we are in this place, I speak in faith, Mr. Speaker, that the fortunes of the Bahamian people will be far greater as a result of our efforts in this budget. Mr. Speaker, for as Moses said in Deuteronomy 11 and 14, the Lord will cause our latter years to be greater than the former. Our former budgets were the former rain that rained on the fortunes of our people. But this budget is our latter rain and will greatly grow the fortunes of the Bahamian people. For I know that the Lord of life will restore to us, his people, the years of prosperity that were lost to calamity, the years that the Bible would say that the locusts have stolen. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stick with him as we travel this road of prosperity and challenge. For we know that the road we trod will lead unto our God. And so, Mr. Speaker, we will march on. We will continue to march on because in this administration, in this nation, it is still, Mr. Speaker, it is still the people's time. I second the budget debate.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expense of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on the revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2020 and ending on the 30th of June 2021. As many, Chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I get into my main remarks, I would like to sincerely thank the people of Exuma and Ragged Island for giving me the opportunity to serve. Secondly, I'd like to thank essential workers and law enforcement officers. Thirdly, I'd like to thank members of the civil service. Firstly, the staff of the Ministry of Finance, who have no doubt worked very hard to deliver this document that we're discussing. And secondly, the staff of social services, who have been working very hard under trying circumstances. We understand that you in the public service work very hard to carry out the policies of the government, and we thank you for your service. Finally, I wish to congratulate the Deputy Speaker on completing his continuing education in parliamentary governance. You may not know, but the Deputy graduated from Ellen Coakley in Exuma. And we boast of having the highest per capita representation in the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, When I came to this house 3 years ago, I had a very specific intention to focus on bringing about change. Some would say that this is a fanciful notion, given that the Progressive Liberal Party suffered a historic defeat, and it is hard to make things happen in opposition. But I believe in the notion that we can change things if we each do our part. I didn't come here looking to make money. I've done fairly well in business. I didn't come here looking to make connections. I have lots of those. And I didn't come here looking to make friends. I have lots of those too. I came here to be a voice and an advocate for the people of Exumas and Ragged Island. I came here with the hopes of doing my part to deepen our democracy. I came here hoping that we would see a better Bahamas for my children, ages 20, 10, and 8, and for all those in their generation. I came here to serve, to move the needle, and also to leave things better than I met it. As a poor boy growing up in a very obscure, little-known part of the Bahamas, God-fearing as I am, I did fairly well and came here to give back to our country. And I came here, at the very least, to attempt to make sure that this administration did not do too much damage in its tenure, and to make sure the most vulnerable was protected. I lived in that category for quite some time in my life. I believe I could do this by speaking truth to power and pointing out the flaws in some of the administration's worst ideas. I believe I could do this by always offering not just criticisms, but suggestions, and always proposing forward-looking progressive solutions. I am in opposition, but I am a Bahamian first. I feared that the inexperience of many in this administration came along with a supermajority would give way to stubbornness and arrogance. I feared that the political vindictiveness that manifested itself early on would only get worse. I feared that the same hypocrisy we witnessed on the campaign trail would become entrenched. I feared the tendency to make outlandish claims without proof of validation would become the norm. And I feared that a lack of insight into what the priorities of the government should be would cost us dearly. I know today, with no joy whatsoever, that all my worst fears have come to be realized. To put it succinctly, this administration has been one big unmitigated disaster. I'm afraid I have very little charity left for those on the opposite side, and this isn't personal, not Abaco. And I want you to know that I am not alone. The Bahamian people have watched in horror, as I have, as the Minister administration has bungled its handling of our fiscal and other affairs by making bad decision after bad decision. The Bahamian people are left dumbstruck by a lack of vision of this administration. In my opinion, they trust nothing you say because you don't live up to your promises and you abandon what you claim are your convictions, such as transparency and accountability, at the drop of a hat. This latest budget is disappointing, yes, uninspiring, unimpressive, unbelievable, and a little frightening. It represents a missed opportunity to press the reset button. And it does very little that I can see to make the Bahamas more resilient. It includes nothing that makes me feel that we will be better off in 12 or 24 months than we are today. The budget treads water, but it's borrowing big, but not doing big things. Unprecedented times call for unprecedented leadership. This budget does not display the leadership the Bahamian people need during these times. Mr. Speaker, the minister's communication today caused me to divert just briefly before I get deep into my speech. I want to take a minute to reflect on the presentation of East Grand Bahama. I won't respond to all of it because I'm here to talk about the tabled budget and the tabled budget communication. But I find it incredible and strange that as we are facing an unprecedented national crisis, we hear the Minister of Finance go on and on about what the PLP did. And I know you got the PLP on your mind. I understand that. But half the time spent was talking about years past. The Bahamian people want to know about the future. They want to hear about the way forward, not to walk with you down memory lane. Newsflash. Today is the 3rd anniversary since I spoke to your very first budget. You are on your 3rd budget. It might be time for you to move on. I think perhaps the member for East Grand Bahama is also struggling a bit with the notion that government is continuous. Government is continuous. He's still talking a lot about old bills. If government is continuous, and if it is the correct thing to do to pay first in and let them be the first out, I am left baffled why he continues with this 3 years in.
Yes.
I am advised that on assuming office in 2012, the PLP met a borrowing resolution for $546 million and then had to borrow almost another $100 million from the IDB to complete the road work. It is what it is. It just is what it is. There was a time to explain their position on the state of the government's finance when they assumed office in 2017. That time was 2017, and he explained ad nauseum. We're now in 2020, and this administration borrowed $3 billion and increased VAT by 60%, and the Bahamian people say you have very little to show for it. Now let me explain how I arrived at the $3 billion. If you go to page 9 of the previous estimates for 2017, 2018, page 9, you can clearly see that you, the F&M administration, borrowed, the last line on page 9, borrowed $753 million.
Take your time.
Now, if you go to the current estimates, this book, on page 7, bottom line, I believe, you would see in 2018, 2019, 1.09 billion was borrowed. On the same page, if you look at 2019, 2020, in that column, 1.35 billion was borrowed. If you add these numbers, this equals $3.019 billion. Your estimates. And that is the figure we're dealing with. So when I say that you borrowed $3 billion and you increased VAT by 60% with very little to show, this is what the Bahamian people see and know. These are the numbers you're talking about. And this concept isn't difficult to grasp. And the minister has an important role of clarity. And therefore, I invite him to speak clear and speak plain. Clear and plain to the Bahamian people. And stop obfuscating and muddying and confusing and distracting and deflecting. And speak to what this administration did and intends to do with the people's money.
Honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama. What are you
Guys,
seeking?
repeat his numbers for me because they're different from my numbers. I just want to know where you got them from.
Well, these from your book.
Yeah, just tell me where you got them from.
Mr. Speaker, in this estimate, this book of estimates,
What is the date? For which period?
Read the covers again.
I just wanted to make sure my time is being preserved as I help the minister. It says the people's budget draft estimates of revenues and expenditures 2018-2019. If you go to page 9 of 226, at the very bottom, it makes reference to proceeds from borrowing. And if you go under the 2017-2018, you will see 753 million. And then, if you go to this book, you know you have this one. This is the current one. The draft estimates 2020-2021. And if you went to page 7, the very last line goes in the first column, 2018-2019, 1.09 billion. And then under 2019, 2020, 1.32 billion. If you added those three numbers, that's where the 3 billion come from. That's the 3 billion that the Bahamian people are talking about. That's the proceeds of borrowing from your estimates.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
As I've tried to explain to the member during my, please. It is a point of order. It's misleading. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, first off, the member would know that it is a provisional number that he would be looking at in that book that he has. It's provisional. Okay. Second off, Mr. Speaker, as I tried to explain earlier, the number that he is pulling includes debt repayments, refinancing, renewing, rollover of existing debt. Okay, no problem. So let me help. Let me help the member then, because if let me help the member. So he wants to. If you want to talk about what was borrowed, we can do that. 2,792 million for the 3 years under the Progressive Liberal Party, of which 977 is refinancing, for a total of $1.755 billion. Free national movement, $4 billion and $40. $2 billion.
Honorable members. Order. Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, the point is clear. The point is clear. It is simple that the member is trying to conclude debt repayments. As I said, net borrowing for 3 years, because he asked about this earlier. Net borrowing for 3 years under the Progressive Liberal Party's first 3 years. And I don't want to talk about the past either, by the way. It's $1,755,000,000.
For under the first 3 years of Free National Movement, 1,349,000,000.
Honorable members,
405 million more you borrowed in your first 3 years than we've borrowed with two catastrophic events.
honorable member
With two catastrophic events.
for East Grand Bahama.
Okay? So don't mislead the Bahamian people. It is no need for that.
Honorable member,
This is a nonsense argument.
honorable members, order.
Yes, three events, three catastrophic events,
Thank you,
and we
honorable
spent
member
400 million less than what you borrowed
for
in 3
East
years.
Grand Bahama. Honorable members, honorable member for Exumas and Ragged Island. I just want to make a point so that you all members can understand. It's obvious what I anticipated would happen, and that is why I extended some discretion and leverage this morning, because when we are dealing with points of order, points of order are distinguished from differences of opinion and points of clarification. I permitted some of that this morning because I anticipated that this evening we'd have the same sort of exchange. And I believe that that is good for democracy. So I don't need any member to be shouting about what is points of order and who has been given latitude, because I gave the same latitude this morning. Not one single point that was made this morning was actually a point of order. It was just basically differences in opinion, differences in interpretation. And I gave latitude to permit it because I believe that it was better. It would be better for democracy. And I'm extending the same privilege to members this afternoon. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear. I'm talking about the minister's numbers.
Yes, talk to them.
The minister's numbers in these estimates. The number that he labels proceeds of borrowing.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about. So if you go to the bank and you borrow $1 last year, you borrow another one this year, then you borrow another one next year. How much you borrowed? How much you borrowed? We're talking about proceeds of borrowing. Mr. Speaker, I notice my time is running and I'm still responding to his point of order.
I thought we were finished with that.
No, Mr. Speaker.
The chair is finished with that, so you can proceed.
Well, I'll use my time appropriately then, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear.
Honorable members, the member for Exumas and Ragged Island has the floor.
I see many don't wish to hear me repeat numbers from the estimates provided by the Minister of Finance. But I come here to speak on behalf of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. And this is what I will do. I'm here to represent them. I'm here to represent the people of Exuma and Ragged Island who are concerned about their tax money and where it goes.
Yes.
That's who I speak for.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I noticed the minister digressed again about hurricanes. Let me remind the minister Joaquin and Matthew, hurricanes are new to the Bahamas. They will hopefully never come again, if we're lucky. We're praying that they don't, but we've experienced Joaquin and Matthew within the numbers we're talking about. Now let's move on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the members opposite and their party surrogates have tried to label the member from Exuma and Ragged Island as a flip-flopper for previously suggesting that the government borrow $1 to $2 billion gross to weather the crisis and recover appropriately from the COVID-19 crisis.
What the paper say you said?
That's quite cute. It is also both laughable and sad that the main defense of this terrible budget, your budget, is to point to the opposition's ideas. But it's also telling of their lack of ideas and what appears to be a worrisome lack of reading comprehension, perhaps, by the members opposite. They were good ideas, Mr. Speaker. They were good ideas. That could have helped. And I stand by every word I said then. But I don't know if the member for Kalani can stand by his words. Was it not he who voted against VAT and said increasing taxes and implementing new ones was the lazy way out, only to flip-flop and increase value-added tax on the backs of the Bahamian people? Did not the member for East Grand Bahama say in this House on May 3rd, 2015, that VAT was regressive and an unfair burden on the poor? Unlike me,
You just said 10 minutes ago.
he came to this House and he flip-flopped big time on that too. Did not the member for East Grand Bahama say we needed a proper accounting of the VAT money before they came to office, only to flip-flop when he became the minister and he said it's right there in the consolidated fund?
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Members being cute. The reality is that we report the VAT numbers every quarter, and it is on the budget website, Bahamas budget.gov.bs.
Every 3 months.
I suggest you look at it.
Every 3 months.
So as I'm not misunderstood, before the minister became the minister, he said there ought to be more accounting of the VAT money, and then he became the minister and he said it's right there in the consolidated fund, and his chairman said we knew that all along.
And yet you couldn't account for it.
And they admitted later that nothing illegal happened and they knew it all along. That is what you call a flip-flop. Was it? Was it not? Was it not? The current Minister of Finance, who earlier this year, who said we were not going to borrow from the IMF, only to flip-flop and do just that.
Oh my God. Look,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker, the member,
On a point of order.
yes, the member's being quite. Well, I don't know if it's really a point of order.
Honorable members,
I'll concede. It's very disingenuous, but I concede. It's probably not a point of order.
Disingenuous, that's a point of order.
I said it wasn't a point of order.
I will be good news nowhere.
It's interesting how this flip-flopping thing go.
22,000.
I also recall on August 23rd, 2016, the Prime Minister, member for Kalani,
Yeah.
said that the downgrade of our sovereign credit rating by Moody's showed the agency's lack of trust in the then Prime Minister and his government.
That's
Yes,
true.
that's right.
It was true.
That's what he said.
Absolutely true.
If that was the case then,
Yes.
And the hurricane money.
then what does the recent downgrade of our sovereign credit rating
COVID-19.
today say
Dorian.
about the level of trust in the current Prime Minister?
And read the report. Read what the report said.
I warned you, you know.
Read the report.
I warned you.
Read the report.
I warned you.
I warn you too. Read.
I warned you.
I want you to stop.
I told you to be careful about celebrating those downgrades.
Stop misleading people.
You celebrated them. I warned you.
Celebrate.
Yes, you had
No.
I warned you that these things would come back to haunt you.
Boy, back.
celebrated them.
You can't even keep a straight face on that.
And of course, who could forget the member of Kalani pre-election pledge Who could forget the member for Kalani's pre-election pledge to engage and execute a real sale of Bahama to a qualified and respectable purchaser who believes in Bahamians,
Ringing the bell. Ringing the bell.
and then doing no such thing? Who remember that?
Ringing the bell.
In fact, they now try to take credit for its success. A whole crew of flip-floppers you are. A whole crew of shameless flip-floppers you are.
But you got nothing to say.
Shameful and shameless.
Mr. Speaker, so what should have been done?
$2 billion.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael on a
point
point
of
of
order.
order.
I'm sure that the honorable member is going to withdraw that. He didn't really mean to refer to all of us in the manner that he just did. Thank you. Sorry? No, we're not a whole crew of flip-floppers. And I don't think the member for Exuma meant that. And no, I don't think the member, I think the member for Exuma would withdraw that.
If the member for Carmichael feels offended by that, I withdraw it. I'm coming to you, Carmichael. But I wanted to point out specifically incidences of flip-flopping by members of your administration, Michael. Mr. Speaker, so what should have been done? I told you in this House in March that you should have gone early and gone hard with bold fiscal action. Remember that? I told you to identify loan facilities between $1 to $2 billion in a low interest environment. Money was cheap at the time. Coming to that. Yet you failed to act. I suggested that the total stimulus could be a combination of direct borrowing and public-private partnerships for projects to create much-needed jobs and stimulate the domestic economy, and to use a portion to pay down debt coming due in the near term. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully now. Listen to me carefully.
Don't be distracted.
I said, and I quote, if the crisis is shorter or flatter than what we now anticipate, any excess may be used to pay down existing high-interest debt, reducing future debt servicing pressure. Remember that? Remember that? I suggested hundreds of billions of this money could be used for temporary employment programs. Many of you may not appreciate this, but low income level spending puts money right back into the economy. At the community convenience stores, it stimulates small business, it spurs employment, it helps the mom and pop shops, and it grows the economy. You know what's even more fantastic about it? Is the fact that the government gets some money back in the form of VAT each time it circulates. You didn't listen. You missed an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge. I acknowledge there was some spending, but it was not robust enough. It did not come fast enough, and it did not get to the people who need it most fast enough. That's what I'm saying. I suggested, hear me now. I suggested that the government appoint a debt management committee with a mandate to review and recommend advice on the efficient management and structure of the country's debt, comprised of representatives from the Ministry of Finance, the central bank, and engage some professionals from the private sector, some experts. But did you? But did you? I suggested the government on the debt management committee. That's what I'm talking about. But you did not. I suggested the government seek to issue up to $1 billion in bonds over the next year, long-term zero coupon. You have the plan, East Grand Bahama. I sent it to you first. Up to 350 million medium-term COVID bonds, up to 200 million short-term bonds, up to 5 years, targeted at banks up to 500 million. Yet you did nothing in this vein. At least 150 million of the borrowed funds should have been used to build state-of-the-art digital infrastructure, e-commerce, telemedicine, online education, and e-government, where persons in the remotest parts of Grand Key or Matthew Town could access government services at a click. I acknowledge some allocation for digitization, but then I see you put all the phone bills and the cell phone bills and all the Wi-Fi in there too. So it looks bigger than it actually is. We got to be serious about how we build digital infrastructure. With digitization, we can pivot our financial services industry into fintech, insurtech, using regtech, and souptech. Go big, go bold. That's what I suggested, yet you did not. We suggested, Carmichael, that you work with BPL to take advantage of the low cost of oil to reduce the cost of electricity at least by 25%, which in our estimation would increase GDP by at least 1%. Oil was $20 a barrel then, and I am no prophet, but shortly thereafter, oil went to zero, near zero, shortly thereafter. Yet you did nothing. Oil is now trading again at $40 per barrel, and the price is going up by the day.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
That oil prices went to zero, which, if you know anything about oil trading, that doesn't mean zero. But be that as it may, the point that he made with respect to us doing nothing, the government doing nothing, that is absolutely incorrect. The government is in an active program, designing a hedge program with the support of the Inter-American Development Bank. We are well advanced in that, and we anticipate that we will have a program shortly. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the member for Carmichael will talk about it when he speaks. But I just want to fix it. I want to make sure he doesn't sit here and say...
The member said shortly. The price per barrel is again up to $40 per barrel. My recommendation, go hard and go early. Go hard, go early. We suggested that the government take $250 million and invest immediately in real food security.
Honorable members.
Real food security. I see now that there is some lip service to food security, and I do believe the Minister for Agriculture has his heart in the right place on this issue. In a bipartisan way, he shared his plan with myself and the member for South Andrews. Real political maturity.
What did you tell him? I commended him. So let me hear what you say now.
But there is nothing bold about an allocation of $3 million allocated for food security.
No, you commended him. Maturity and justice.
We recommended $200 million to make available in grants and loans to small and medium-sized enterprises. You allocated some. Not robust enough. We recommended you spend 50 million on food and rental assistance. We know how the rental program went. Thank you for clearing that up, member for East Grand Bahama. You called it for what it is. There was no rental assistance. He said it's a rental deferral program. Thank you, Mr. Member for East Grand Bahama. Now, Mr. Speaker, many face eviction after this emergency order is lifted. This is serious business. We're facing a serious national crisis. We're talking about the vulnerable and the least amongst us. The most vulnerable and least amongst us. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Mr. Speaker, after the emergency order is lifted, there will be many of the vulnerable, the most vulnerable amongst us, who are evicted. Many landlords will have to play catch up with their banks and may be subject to higher interest rates. You could have done much more, but you didn't. Now you sit here. You make jokes. Like this is some laughing matter. Make jokes about what we suggested to stimulate and shore up the economy. While you joke and you scramble for political points, your inaction has cost us. We will likely suffer greater economic decline than our regional counterparts as a result of this. The global gross domestic product decline as a result of the pandemic is projected at 3% globally. The United States decline is estimated at 6%, roughly. But the Bahamas is projected at 12 to 20%, depends on who you listen to. So let's be conservative and let's say 12%. That is 4 times the global average and twice that of the declines expected in the US. It speaks to the lack of resilience. Yes? Yes. It speaks to a need for bold and structural reforms. Yes? We suffered a downgrade since this started. It is arguable that bold actions could have helped us to buffer the fall. Now, the interest rate on our paper is trading up to 15%. You want to hear this? The interest rate on our paper is trading up to 15%. The Minister of Finance should quantify the actual dollar loss in opportunity cost to the Bahamian people. We told you to borrow to transform the Bahamas, not just to pay bills. You've borrowed more than $3 billion in 3 years. You have very little to show for it. You will likely exceed borrowing $5 billion in 5 years. Big borrowing should equate to big things. We need a plan that grows the economy by 5 to 8%. That is not bad in and of itself, but it should be seen as an investment of the people's money. Where is the return on our investment? You explain. Good luck explaining it to the Bahamian people. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at where we are now. This budget signals the entry of the Bahamas into a category of highly indebted small states. An embarrassing and damaging designation, which every administration prior to this one has sought to avoid.
They're following you, they're
That's a
watching
very
you.
important point.
Along with this designation
Following you, they're watching you.
comes the proverbial perception of a scarlet letter of fiscal management for small states. Becoming a borrower from the IMF,
Bad news.
and let me be very clear and very careful, I am in no way attempting to disparage the IMF, but it's important that the Bahamian people understand the perception
It ain't good news.
and the perception of the signal it could send to the international community if we are not careful. And this is why we asked to see the details. This is why we asked to understand whether there are any implicit or explicit conditions. This is why we asked for repayment schedule. The IMF, like the central bank, would lower its emergency lending rate in a crisis to encourage troubled countries to borrow. So the cost of funds or tenure of the funding are not the real point of substance in this context. The IMF loan being squeezed into the 2019-2020 budget that the minister did not mention in any budget communication, in my view, could send a troubling signal to the world. We have to be careful of this perception that the Bahamas is a financially troubled country. Yet, it was none other than the Minister of Finance, the member for East Grand Bahama, who publicly ruled out the IMF's original offer, no doubt for this very same concern.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
It's important, Mr. Speaker, and I crave the indulgence. It's very important that we set the narrative with respect to this IMF loan. The member is correct that initially we rejected the loan offer, which was made to us late last year. However, Mr. Speaker, we are at this point in a very significant need for financing through the end of the fiscal year.
IMF is bad news.
As we all know,
IMF is bad news.
that our foreign exchange earnings from tourism
IMF is
has
bad.
fallen flat
Ask to make a die and everyone.
as a result of the global pandemic.
IMF is bad.
The consequences are, and the time is much different today
IMF is bad.
than it was then. The interest rate on this loan is 1.054%.
Point of order, man.
The repayment term is 5 years, Mr. Speaker. And this is not a structured IMF program. This is important. South and Central Andrews, this is important.
Honorable
This is
member.
not time for the nonsense today. Not on this.
You have nonsense all
I'm
morning.
talking to you, talking nonsense.
Nonsense all morning.
Come on, man. Please.
Honorable members. Honorable members.
This is important, Mr. Speaker.
The member,
And so, yes,
the member asked for the indulgence. The member yielded. The member yielded.
Changes his mind now. Changes
My
mind.
understanding was that the member was standing on a point of order.
The point, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
anyway. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian
If he's
people
not
understand.
standing on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to carry on.
Yes, honorable member. Just be for the future. You yielded. If don't yield.
Great.
If he's asking for the indulgence of the speaker and you yield,
I will happily remember that.
It's a joint member. It's a joint member. You wouldn't know. It's a joint member. You wouldn't know.
Mr. Speaker,
I yield it.
Mr. Speaker, I indicated to the member for East Grand Bahama that I want to be careful here. In fact, I am grateful that the member for East Grand Bahama has in fact spoken in camera and taken some of my advice in the past, Mr. Speaker.
Every time you speak, you lose that. Every time you speak, you lose.
I'm grateful whenever there's bipartisanship, East Grand Bahama.
Every time you speak, you lose. But
Mr. Speaker, when the Minister of Finance originally sought parliamentary approval
keep on speaking.
for the supplementary borrowing, when he originally sought parliamentary approval for the supplementary borrowing, the IMF was not listed as a possible lender. What does this mean? Does it mean that the funding options he presented to Parliament previously have not materialized for the administration? If so, that might signal a worrisome collapse of confidence in this administration by lenders. I will return to this issue. Mr. Speaker, if lenders are willing to lend to the government now, why would they be willing to lend to the government in the next fiscal year to fund a 1.3 billion deficit? That's a question. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the path the country is on is quite clear. And unless there is a drastic shift in fiscal reform, it is only a matter of time before this administration goes back to the IMF for additional funding. And this time, it won't be with no strings attached. That's how it all starts. You will blame Dorian and you will blame COVID. And let me be clear, those incidences were great and they have greatly impacted revenue and finances. I get that. We do not dismiss them. They are incredibly significant in the challenges we seek to navigate. But when the member for East Grand Bahama was blaming the former PLP administration for historic deficits, we said, be careful, hurricanes have consequences. It was dismissed at the time. He seemed to have now found religion on the subject. So yes, Dorian and COVID were the straws that broke the proverbial camel's back. But the disaster of F&M's fiscal management has made a terrible situation even worse. You will one day have to face the facts on these issues, no matter how you heckle. You will one day have to face the consequences on these matters, the consequences for the role you played in all of this. This administration inherited a situation which, contrary to the public statements of the Minister of Finance, was anything but dire. I will never forget that ill-fated, ill-advised, covered was bare first budget rally speech. You remember that? This administration inherited a budget fully funded through a pre-arranged $400 million bridge loan, which they took full advantage of. Not only did they take advantage of it, but they parlayed it into a $750 million bond with a 10-year note, I believe, at 6%. A $300 million bond payment is due, I understand, in 2024, at last report. Money the next PLP administration will have to find, 2024. This administration inherited the largest single resort investment in the Caribbean going fully on stream. They called Bahama a fake resort with a fake opening. Remember that?
Yes.
If it was fake, why does it account for 4,000 direct jobs and 2,000 indirect jobs and significant GDP growth? That is a question. This administration inherited the best performing VAT regime in terms of efficiency in the Caribbean, with the lowest rate and the broadest tax base. This administration inherited a well-structured revenue administration plan, which included the creation of the Department of Inland Revenue, a modernization of the customs regime through the introduction of new information technology, applications and new processes online,
Honorable member.
efforts to expand and update the property tax regime in recent years. That's what this administration inherited. They also inherited a system where most of the major taxes, VAT, business license, real property tax, were all transacted online, inclusive of the payment by credit and debit cards. This administration inherited plans to expand the online portal to capture other revenue, including customs duties, road traffic passport, and immigration fees. And what did this administration do with all that? They disbanded the Revenue Enhancement Unit. They reduced the VAT tax base, slowing customs and real property tax reforms. They increased the VAT rate in the face of evidence in the form of previous studies that such an increase with ill-advised exemptions and zero ratings would have a negative effect on revenues and the economy. That's what you did. Now here we are with a budget that sets an alarming precedent that will accelerate the country down the path that we do not wish to see. A budget deficit of 11% of GDP is simply incomprehensible, especially coming off a deficit of 6.4% of GDP, and it gets worse. The deficit in 2021-2022 fiscal year is forecasted at 6.7% of GDP. When you took office, the government debt stood at 6.5 billion. You projected government debt for 2021-2022 at 10.3 billion. Your projection. This represents an overall increase in the national debt of $4 billion over the 5-year period, or 58% increase in the debt levels, if I believe your projections, which I do not. You are this year borrowing at least 1.3 billion, but project only 25 million extra in servicing costs. I don't believe that projection either. We note that government debt servicing increased from around 290 million in 2016-2017 to 400 million in the upcoming budget, and more than 400 million the budget after that. The self-proclaimed master debt and deficit manager in the person of the Minister of Finance.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Point of order.
Privilege. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that I have ever referred to myself as the master debt manager. That's what it is? I don't think I've ever done that, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the member retract that, and maybe he can restate it in some other way to be equally as insulting as he intends it to be.
This serious business. We're facing serious, unprecedented national crisis.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member for.
I'm not here to insult the minister. If he feels so insulted, I withdraw it. But we have told the minister to stop being overly focused on only deficit management and focus on growing the economy. That's the discussion we've had. Grow the economy. Grow the economy. How many times you've heard me say that? Remember that? We need an economic growth plan. We need an economic growth czar. We need to grow the economy. We're not hearing enough vision. We're not hearing enough plan. We're not hearing enough strategy. Remember that? That's what I'm talking about. Mr. Speaker, I recall that when I forecasted in the last budget debate that the debt would hit 10 billion, some jumped up and said, no way. Remember that? Now their own projection, which is probably low, is 10.3 billion by the end of the fiscal year with a debt to GDP ratio of 82.8%. It's almost 10 billion, 82.8%. And according to your estimates, we will be at a debt to GDP ratio of more than 85%. Your numbers. Your numbers. Your numbers.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Again, the member knows quite well that the country is suffering from three catastrophic events. It is disingenuous to suggest that the budget that was presented and the commitments that were made can stand today after those very significant situations. No, the member is trying to equate the two positions. And you can't do that because there's a paradigm shift in terms of the significant events. that have happened to intervene. This is not dynamic. This is not static. This is a dynamic environment.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply quoting the Minister of Finance numbers. And I agree with you. This is scary stuff. Even more scary is that this is not the comprehensive picture.
Tell that picture, man.
As the government, you weren't here, so I want you to listen to this. As the government tabled the resolution in this parliament on May 28th to convert $246 million in BPL government guaranteed loans into direct government debt. That's the rest of the story.
I remember that.
This conversion, which is to take place in July, has astoundingly been omitted from the budget from my examination of it. This was not even tabled. It was not tabled by the Minister of Finance, but it was tabled by the Prime Minister, who did so the day after the budget communication that had just been completed the day before. And he did so just before the adjournment, after speaking about the restrictions in the emergency order
Dark of night.
being lifted.
Dark of night.
I felt like he slipped it in the dark of night. Because just the day before,
Honorable member, the chair recognizes
Point of order,
the member
Mr.
on the East Grand on a point of order.
What's the point about it?
I think untoward. If you would stop for a minute and listen, man. Is disingenuous. The resolution was laid at the appropriate space on the agenda. There's nothing untoward, unusual, or anything of that nature. Mr. Speaker, nothing.
Your budget
Uh-huh. So, Mr. Speaker, again, the resolution, for the information and full transparency,
and I said,
the resolution was not available on the day that I laid the budget, so it was laid the next day. And it forms part of the budget.
Honorable members,
Pardon?
You have to add that to 1.3.
No, it's actually part of it.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
Why you need
the minister presented his budget communication the day before, and he did not mention it. That's why I feel that way. That's why I feel that way.
You left BPL.
That's why I feel that way. I don't mean to offend you,
You kicked BPL.
but I felt like it was slipped in the dead of night. That's how I felt.
You kicked BPL to the corner. You kicked BPL. My good friend Michael to the corner. That's what you did. Right?
Did they not know about it?
You told him, man.
Did they not know about it?
He kicked Michael to the corner.
Or is this what the PR people suggested?
Michael is my friend. He kicked him to the
This is the exact opposite of fiscal transparency.
Stand in the street, man.
Perhaps we are witnessing,
Stand in the
Mr.
street.
Speaker,
I gotta defend him
a plan that whenever the rate reduction bond comes to fruition,
from the Garden City.
that this can be paid off. But I have been reliably advised that this rate reduction bond may also be in crisis. And I've been reliably advised that no one serious is taking any real interest in buying it. I will return to this rate reduction bond a little later on.
Michael alone, that's my friend.
But 3 budgets ago, I warned the government about the rate reduction bond, and you say you're following my advice? 3 budgets ago. I said, remember, you got that rate reduction bond out there. You better deal with that. You should have listened to me. Once this transaction is concluded, the question is the budget deficit now 1.57 billion, or is it still 1.34 billion? This means that within 4 years, direct debt would have risen by a frightening 48%. If my math is wrong when the minister wraps up, he can clear it up. He has an obligation to speak clearly and plainly to the Bahamian people.
That's called prosperity. That recovery committee.
And then he said this deficit will be financed without any new taxes, they claim. Ultimately, the Bahamian people will pay. Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with the bond rate trading at 15% up to, this now represents the effective borrowing rate of the government in the foreign currency capital market, in my view. For an administration which predicts that the budget is going to be funded through foreign currency loans, this is concerning. Strangely, we see the average interest rate of government debt is projected to go down in the next budget to 4% roughly. This does not seem reasonable given the Ministry of Finance is proposing to borrow money in the foreign currency market. Mr. Speaker, we wonder if the minister can confirm, we wonder if the minister can confirm if information in the public domain is accurate, that some of the borrowing will come from the World Bank. As the Bahamas is a high capita income country, we have been ineligible for loans from the World Bank for over 30 years. If we are now being accommodated, it raises questions as to why. It's in the public domain that some of this funding will be coming borrowing from the World Bank. I'll yield if you want to stand up and deny it.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
We are not currently borrowing from the World Bank.
Put it on the record, put it on the record, sir. Put it on the record. Write that down. Put it on the record.
I want to thank the minister for putting that on the record.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Put it on the record.
I remind the minister that when we recommended borrowing, we didn't recommend just borrowing to pay the light bill, but we recommend big transformative things. I would note that the World Bank, the IDB, and the CDB typically do not offer budget support loans. The IMF, however, does. I've discussed it at length earlier. Usually starts with no strings attached. We still insist on the term sheet. We want to see the details, the loan agreement, Mr. Speaker. And we insist that had you gone early, had you gone hard, you would have found cheaper money.
Yes, you will.
You missed the boat. You snoozed, and the Bahamian people lose.
Say that again, man.
It didn't have to be this bad,
Yes,
but you snooze,
and they lose.
and the Bahamian people lose.
Negligent.
On my advice, you should have spent more time seeking to grow the economy. Had you grown the economy, the deficit would have taken care of itself over time. Your lack of economic growth strategy was most unfortunate and it cost us dearly. You should have stopped blaming the PLP and go to work and give an account for your own stewardship. Breaking news, you're 3 years in and you're still blaming the PLP. How pathetic. It is always someone else's fault. The tone of the budget communication was one of partisan politics, in my view. Not a problem. You have to remember you're speaking to a large, diverse audience. Yes, you're speaking to your constituents and your surrogates, your party fellas. You want them to carry your message. I understand that. But you're also speaking to bankers, rating agencies. You're speaking with lenders. So you got to be circumspect. I said this after your first budget speech when you ranted about the cupboard being bare. And then you talked about how we were on a fiscal cliff. So the message to lenders you sent, the cupboard is bare, we're on a fiscal cliff, now lend me some money. The member for East Grand Bahama said at the beginning of the most recent budget communication that we are recovering from the past gross financial management, a lack of fiscal restraint for the former administration. Then not 2 minutes later, he said, this is not a time for soaring rhetoric or empty partisan crossfire. When you clearly had time to get political. Is it just that only we should not be political, but you can? And by the way, you did forget to talk to your investors and your bondholders. Mr. Speaker, there is a worrisome confidence crisis. The question of how we deal with crisis rises and falls on leadership. So whilst we are here heckling and laughing, We have a worrisome crisis
Not what you inherit.
with investors in the international bond market.
Never on a price.
This is very serious business. This ain't no time to be laughing and heckling. This is serious business. Over the past several weeks, listen to me now. The Bahamas bonds were trading at deep discounts as high as 35%. Said differently, if you wanted to sell them, you would have to do so at a deep discount.
Really?
This, in my view, was triggered by the downgrade by S&P and the negative outlook by Moody's, as well as the tourism and economic shutdown due to the crisis. I can see that. But never in recent history have our bonds been valued so low. If we look at a regional comparison, Jamaica has a credit rating worse than ours, but the bonds were not as severely impacted. Their discount was flatter, and their bond recovered faster. I contend it is a question of confidence. It is a question of leadership. Their prime minister
Zero.
does not run from his country's media seeking to avoid answering important questions. He communicates clearly. The world watches. The market is forward-looking and it's unforgiving. It doesn't care about local politics, but it looks for signals of confidence. You know this, East Grand Bahama. Recall now, the minister has said that it is the government's intention to fully finance the deficit in the international market. A bad move in our view. This funding is coming from the same people by and large. It's generally a small community. The minister knows this. Bloomberg, the global leader in business and financial data, news, and insights, a most credible research tool for invested persons and investors, listed the Bahamas recently with 8 other countries as the distressed debt club. Countries like Suriname, Zambia, Sri Lanka, Belize, Angola, Tajikistan, Mozambique,
I don't say that.
and Argentina, coincidentally, which defaulted on its debt 9 times during the month of May. This distressed club says that the Bahamas, in perception terms, is a financially stressed and troubled country, and that without correction, a credit default is possible. I quote directly from the article. If we are not deserving of being in a club like this, that no nation want to be in, what are we doing about it? What are we doing about it?
What are the plans?
How are we telling our story? Are we doing calls with analysts? Are we letting the world know that we are hurt by COVID-19 like the rest of the world, but we will rebound and we will be resilient? Are we telling them? Are we showing our strategic crisis mitigation plan? I haven't seen one. Are we showing our economic growth plan? I haven't seen one. How are we building confidence? How are we showing leadership? We told you 3 years ago that there were consequences to talking down your economy. There were consequences. We told you. We told you. We told you 3 years ago that there were consequences to talking down your economy. We told you that there were consequences to going abroad and cavalierly talking about corruption in the Bahamas.
You say we keep the money.
This is what we told you,
You say we keep the money.
Mr. Speaker. The ministers found religion. The ministers found religion. We told him then it was the wrong speech at the wrong time. This does not inspire confidence. We have COVID-19 crisis. But this worrisome confidence crisis is one of your own making. For this, you must give an account. And I expect you will face consequences. Mr. Speaker, there's a credibility issue in the assumption. After the Minister of Finance second budget, I introduced a concept of credibility deficit. Remember that? The credibility deficit. I'm afraid it's gotten wider. Listen, when I look at this budget as a businessman and a lender, there's a curious cause of doubt. The significance is that when there is a cause to question anything, there is a cause to question everything. So let's just say that I am a lender. And after listening to your speech filled with empty rhetoric, my financial analyst goes to do a summary for me. They go to page 3 of the estimates and they go straight to the line item 9 for a cursory look. We see a GFS deficit of 11%. Okay, there's been COVID and Dorian. And then a GFS deficit of 6.7% for 2021, 2022, the following year. And then we see 2.9% the year after that. So you say it's a one-off. It's an aberration. Fine, I get it. COVID-19 and Dorian serious. But I am the lender. I want to assess the risk in making the decision. And I want to get paid. If I believe you, I will lend you the money. If I don't, I won't. So I now want to know how you're going to grow revenue. I see 1.7 billion in 2020, 2021, and then I see 2.2 billion the next year, and return to normal in 2022 at 2.5 billion. Okay, you got me looking. I see you say no new taxes, so I go back to your communication, and I'm trying to find the economic strategy. I want to know how you will grow revenues. But it's not there. I want to know how you're going to grow the economy, but it's not there. I see you say no new taxes, so I go back to the communication and I'm trying to find the economic strategy because I want to know how you will grow revenues, but it's not there. No growth plan. So I'm left with a question, why should I believe the revenues? There's no robust plan to restore Grand Bahama and Abaco. And maybe I wasn't listening this morning. I heard the minister said something about 46 million for Abaco and Grand Bahama. I want to thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Grand Bahama. Fair is fair. I look forward to hearing more from the minister responsible. But we want to understand how that's going to happen, how we're going to restore this 20% of the GDP to bring that revenue back over those years. Well, your bond is trading at 10% and up, which means a minimum, in my view, of $130 million in expense servicing. I don't see that money either. You see these fellas, they do this all the time, and they look at these details. When you come to them, there's nothing you can tell them about the government's prospects. There's nothing you can tell them or show them that they don't know already, that they haven't seen. They know how you make your money, you know. They know how you spend your money. And having watched Caribbean politics, they already know that the level of spending goes up in an election year. Governments across the Caribbean do it. They know that already. So I go to 2021 and I don't see this extra election year spending. I know you'll spend it. They know you will spend it because everyone does. But you're expecting me to believe, you're expecting me to believe that you won't do it. Because it's you. And you're better than us. That's what you would have us believe. Tell the lenders that. I get worried and I start to question the credibility of everything. So now there's a credibility deficit on my mind. I don't know if I want to lend you the money. And I tell you, as a businessman and a financial service professional who speak with investors every week, I can tell you that I have good instincts here. And I can tell you, you have some dark clouds ahead. You have some dark clouds ahead. So be careful, is what I'm saying. Watch your political rhetoric. Focus on the substance and the credibility, the transparency and the accountability that you boast of. The numbers don't add up. Mr. Speaker, I need a plan, a roadmap. We're told that the Economic Recovery Committee, I'm told they're hard at work, yet it is not reported on any initiative to restore economic viability. We have heard that they're working on a framework, but that's about it. We're in week 12 of this thing. It's been long enough, in our view, for us to receive a plan. You abandoned the National Development Plan against my advice. If you hadn't done so, you would have some broad frameworks on which we could agree. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the elimination of waste, I don't think it's dramatic enough. So we see breakfast and lunch being eliminated at the House of Assembly. But let's be serious. This is a gesture for public consumption. Frankly, I find it a bit laughable. Let me tell you why. There's really very little impact on the budget, first of all. And secondly, let me give you a fun fact. The new budget is still $60,000 for food at the House of Assembly. It's almost twice as much as it was before you hiked it last year. So we are generally maintaining spending levels. In fact, expenditure overall, I believe, is up by about 40 million. So these things don't really make a dent. You talked about nipping travel to only essential travel, but then we know an election coming. So nobody believes that. And then you talk about taking red face away from cabinet ministers. They perhaps ought not to have had them in the first place. If you want to move the needle on expenditure, these points won't do it. You pop up and you announce these things in your budget communication, but they don't produce meaningful results. They don't. And you know it. By the way, Mr. Speaker, I urge you to keep an eye on your arrears.
Keep your eyes on him. Keep your eyes on him.
These arrears you've been talking about, the PLP left.
Keep your eyes on him.
You can leave some for the next PLP administration too. We want you to fix this. We want you to take care of your arrears. We're getting a lot of complaints. The police reservists who've been working at the shelters say they've been working full shift. They've been diligent. And they can't get paid. So I want you to look at this. We should be asking why we still see so many duplications. NEMA, Disaster Authority, Disaster Minister. All of it. I hope we'll see a comprehensive plan for restoration of Abaco and Grand Bahama. I hope that we will. They're expensive, presumably expensive consultants, all built into this. And I will never forget Ragged Island. Ragged Island, I will never forget you. I've spoken with the minister about the concessions provided to Abaco and Grand Bahama, and he's assured me that he will reasonably consider them. He believes it's been an oversight, but I assure you, if he has forgotten you, I will not forget you. and we hear you rave about the 515 million in capital expenditure. But when you peel back the onion, there's only about 130 million extra in public infrastructure spending. I saw Michael in the newspaper asking for 500 million in capital works. They only gave him about 50 million extra. I know Michael wasn't happy with this. You couldn't have been happy with this, Michael. You were saying your man, you know. You shouldn't be very happy. You shouldn't be very happy about this, Mr. Speaker.
Spend some of that money in my area, man.
When you examine,
Well, that's why I say cut them.
Michael, I tell you, I was coming to you.
I mean, asking on the sidewalk.
But when you examine the history of this administration,
Well, I come and beg it.
where it appears that they choke capital works to get closer to their budget target, Mr. Speaker, it concerns me even with the little amount that you've given Michael. You can do better. You can do better. Mr. Speaker,
Lose Michael hand. Lose Michael hand.
Mr. Speaker, I see you have about 11 million more for social services.
The man responsible for it, leaving it in place. Not doing it, leaving it in place.
I'm about to compliment you.
Honorable
East
members,
Grand Bahama.
honorable members,
I'm about to say something nice about you, East Grand Bahama. So you want to listen to this. I see you have about 11 million more for social services. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm glad that you're making an effort. I like that, but I don't like.
How could your boy leave stuff in place if he can't leave stuff in place?
We go to general election. We have to see that.
As long as it's in the place. I don't want your numbers to dip on this phone.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
I got a report of left.
I see the temporary increase in NIB benefits for the elderly. It all looks good on paper, but I don't like how vague it is. I hope we can hear more about this. I wonder how an elderly person can prove that they've been impacted by COVID-19. I think if you want to be meaningfully impactful, you should just do it across the board for everyone on pension. Everyone generally is impacted by COVID. It sounds like people will have to jump through some hoops. I'm looking forward to the member for Garden Hills to speak to this, Mr. Speaker.
Michael, I got you, man.
But here's what we don't see. Here's what we don't see. Let's take a few minutes and focus on what we don't see. This budget lacks any sort of strategic focus on immediate and medium-term issues the country is faced with, such as the skyrocketing debt to GDP ratio or unprecedented fiscal deficit, and any sort of economic recovery being at least 2 to 3 years out. This budget provides a description of the current situation with no real focus towards solutions anytime real soon. There's no real discussion on fiscal reforms in this budget. Our leader like to say you provide the description, but you don't provide the prescription. Given the challenge the country is faced with, where is the discussion on fiscal reform? In fact, where is the Fiscal Responsibility Council? Where is the council? Will the minister confirm when last they met, if ever they've met?
No.
And whether they have reported? Will the minister confirm?
No report.
Interest payments alone on the debt is going up to 400 million in 2022, 2020, 2021. The recent downgrades of the Bahamas sovereign debt will only place added pressure on the debt servicing, particularly the interest payment. What is the plan to arrest the growing deficit compounded by COVID and Dorian? The Minister of Finance in his budget referenced a government debt of 9.5 billion, and I repeat that. While there is a discussion of a debt management unit, what is the plan to address the growing debt issue? How will we pay it back? How will we pay it back? Why can't we see in the estimates a spreadsheet of all of the total loans totaling 8.2 billion tying back to the debt? That can't be too difficult. That would be very transparent. And I urge the minister to continue his quest on reporting and add that to the estimates. But what is the plan to attack it? Are we just hoping that the opening of the economy to international travel and foreign exchange earnings will address all of this problem? Mr. Speaker, I ask that the minister, in addition to the spreadsheet totaling 8.2 billion in debt, consider asking his debt management unit, hopefully comprised with some private sector professionals, to help to create a repayment schedule. We would like to see that, Mr. Speaker. In relation to state-owned enterprises, we heard the minister every budget talk about them. But where is the efficiency studies? Where are the business plan? It's one thing to say that we would cut. It's another thing to do a deep dive and demonstrate how. The subsidy is in the region of 400 million. We want a critical analysis of our investments. How is our investment performing in our core development in Cable Bahamas and Alive, BTC, Bank of Bahamas, and the other corporations? How are we performing investment-wise? I'm also troubled by the fact that state-owned enterprises will be allowed to add user fees in light of the proposed reduction of government subsidies, according to the minister. Mr. Speaker, in relation to BTC, there is a significant allocation of a whopping $63 million over the next 3 budget cycles to be paid to BTC for a legacy pension liabilities, and this liability continued to grow. I spoke to this last budget. It bears repeating. This seems to me to be an admission that the cable and wireless deal was an egregiously bad one. But it was an F&M deal, correct? I am glad we can finally admit that the F&M effectively gave BTC, the cable and wireless, for $210 million. And now we are sending some of that money back, $63 million over the next 3 budgets. The Minister of Finance is effectively condemning the Prime Minister, who sat in the cabinet. And he was a party to this bad deal. I sincerely thank you for this, Mr. Minister. But I would say to you, drawing on best practice, I will say to you that without a definitive and comprehensive strategy, this will be an ongoing problem for the government that might see the return of the entire $210 million to cable and wireless. How entirely sad, Freetown. How entirely sad. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that for a government that boasted about signing billions of dollars in foreign direct investments, we heard no specific mention of a foreign direct investment project in the budget communication. In my view, foreign direct investments, FDI, is still one of the fastest ways to grow the economy. While the global environment presents challenges for foreign direct investments, why have we not heard anything about projects that would have been in the pipeline? Be careful. Be careful. Be circumspect, East Grand Bahama. They can hear you. Be circumspect, Mr. Speaker. What I am saying is we heard nothing in the budget communication about foreign direct investment. We heard nothing about any significant domestic investment projects that you've been able to inspire. So what is the latest on Royal Caribbean and Disney and Carnival and Bahama and Hurricane Hole, Children's Bay Key and Exoma and Wynn? Mr. Speaker, I hope they've forgotten about Oban. But I want you to know the Bahamian people haven't forgotten what you tried to do to them. The Bahamian people will not forget. What is the status of the recent projects announced on Abaco and Long Island? Why have we not yet heard the latest about them? We have not heard any plans about growth that would be expected to take place in the Family Islands at all. Mr. Speaker, there are no plans evident for the Family Islands. I maintain that the best chance of swift recovery lies in Exuma, Eleuthera, and the other Family Islands. But again, we've heard no plan. Our Family Islands have low population density. Our Family Islands offer
Those 2 islands can wake us.
the greatest potential for low impact and local ownership, such as boutique resorts and Airbnb, where perhaps more money stays in the economy. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought us into an era of social distancing. I expect Airbnb will increase. I know that the Minister of Tourism will provide some forecasts on this. It is one thing to talk about agriculture for direct domestic consumption of the country's citizens, but where is the discussion about earning more foreign currency outside of the tourism sector? The continued focus on import substitution does not earn foreign currency. The idea of a substitution to reduce the demand for foreign currency is not the same as focusing on those industries that are more export focused to earn foreign currency. In our plan, we recommended you take a closer look at new industries, at pharmaceuticals in Freeport. The Family Islands present a great opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Family Islands, with all its biodiversity, with each island presenting a unique potential experience, is a no-brainer for diversifying tourism product, augmenting our foreign currency earnings. Mr. Speaker, but this requires investments in Family Islands. It requires a plan for each Family Island. 3 years in, still no plan for the Family Islands, still no strategy, and still no vision. Where there is no vision, the people perish. Mr. Speaker, in relation to Grand Lucaya and the Grand Lucayan Resort, I noticed that there was nothing substantive on it. I noticed administration was hoping that we may have forgotten about it. That's not going to happen. COVID-19 has impacted the cruise industry, so we'd like to hear more about it. We want to understand the status of the deal. Clearly, we're still, Mr. Speaker, committed to the transaction, and since we haven't heard otherwise, but we want to hear more about it in the budget communication. We paid more than the appraised value. We paid out the employees. It's been a cash drain on a monthly basis. We still carrying a mortgage on it. So talk to us about it. Let us know how our investment is doing. We bought it for more than it's worth, and we're still paying out of the public purse. This has all gone as predicted. It was a spectacularly bad deal. We would appreciate, though, an update on what is the status of the property that you bought with our tax dollars. This is a good example of the lack of transparency. 5 hours, member fees, Grand Bahama, said nothing about the largest investment in Grand Bahama. Mr. Speaker, there are many, many issues with the numbers. About four pages. We're going to spend a lot of time going through the heads, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking forward to that. I do have some concerns. Gaming tax you project will increase by 40%. I want to understand how you can do that, given that there's high unemployment. You project export duties will increase by 256%. I hope you're right, but I don't believe that either. I'm not sure how you got to that, but it certainly doesn't seem achievable based on the dearth of announcements on enhanced export projects. You project insurance dividends will increase from yet the premium taxes will likely decrease, as many people have no choice but to lapse their policies. With net assets of roughly $14 million at the Insurance Commission of Bahamas and a net income of roughly $3 million, someone will have to explain to me How do you get dividends of 18 million, 21 million, and 23 million over the next 3 years from this regulatory body? Mr. Speaker, even the government claims it's decreasing its premiums by 60 million. No explanation on that. I'd like to hear more about it, given the experience in the last 15 years. Based on the third actuals, the forecast of 15 million for real property taxes and residential seems a little bit inflated. Same can be said about stamp duty on mortgages, 8.7%. As in the case of excise taxes, normalizing at 251 million in 2021, 2022, despite steady rate reduction in the shrinking economy. We want to hear more about that. And then there's revenue of 600,000 from a stem cell research, even though I understand the clinic in Freeport remains closed since Dorian. Maybe you know something that we don't know. I do not believe that the expected revenues can be achieved. As such, the deficits will likely be higher unless the government can cut back even more. Perhaps the minister can explain. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the overlapping of responsibilities continues, as I mentioned before, and I know the Minister of State of Disaster will speak to that. I see some cuts of housing of foreign diplomats. I know you won't leave them homeless, not Abaco. So we'd love to hear some explanation as to the reasonableness of those numbers. So yeah, I have some concerns, and I can go on and on and on. I see $1 million extra in staffing for the Office of the Prime Minister. I'd like to hear more about that. We can discuss it during the heads, Mr. Speaker. But I have a lot of questions because it speaks to the overall credibility of the numbers. Mr. Speaker, we also dispute the unemployment estimates provided by the Ministry of Finance. Our estimate is more in line with the comments from the member for Yamakra, who said that unemployment is in the range of 50%. Let's not forget the Department of Statistics, the numbers before COVID was in the 10% range. And let's not forget that Abaco and Grand Bahama, the two islands with the highest unemployment, that represents roughly 20% of the nation's GDP. Let's not forget that. Business people need a government to be as accurate and as transparent as possible in order to plan and strategize. That's the least we can do. The member for Yamakra says some unkind things about me sometimes, but I agree with him. I believe it's in the 50% range. He's not here right now, but I want you to tell him that I agree with him that it's in the range of 50% based on our estimates. And we're praying for him. We're praying for the minister and his family, member for Yamakra during this time. I've expressed it privately, but our thoughts and prayers go out. Mr. Speaker, in relation to Hurricane Dorian, we'd love to hear more about the restoration plan. We'd love to see that we learn from the Cayman experience, where after Hurricane Ivan, we saw a resurgence. We saw a resurgence of the city there. Mr. Speaker, in relation to COVID-19, we got to do a thorough examination of the missteps, Mr. Speaker, in relation to social services. Mr. Speaker, in relation to social service, this ordeal with the coronavirus has brought front and center something we chose to ignore as a country. This is important. East Grand Bahama, we listened to you intently in the communications for about 2.5 hours talking about the Progressive Liberal Party. And then we had another 2 hours today. So I want to talk to you about social services. This is important. The ordeal with the coronavirus has brought front and center something we choose generally to ignore in our country for too long. There's a startling economic inequality in this country. And we have too many who go without on a daily basis, who are living lives of subsistence. It is critical that we address this. People should not have to cry out in the media to receive help for food, to feed their families, or to get medical attention they need. Again, we need to make food assistance more readily available and accessible and with dignity. We need to make housing assistance and a proper rental assistance program a more seamless process. And we don't need to wait another 12 weeks from now. We need it now. We need it right now. This would mean making housing more affordable and a rental assistance accessible with dignity. This would mean making NIB more efficient. And by the way, what is given by NIB from the employment insurance scheme is the people's money. There is no need to boast about it. We must continue to do it and do it with dignity. The government, when you close jobs and you close the country, there is a basic understanding that you should provide timely assistance in a hassle-free manner and with dignity. We acknowledge the efforts of the professionals in social services. We acknowledge the challenges. We can do more. We've not been robust enough. We haven't acted swiftly enough. We must continue to do more. Mr. Speaker, the rate reduction bond continues to concern me. It continues to concern me. BPL continues to concern me. We have the summer months coming, and there isn't a great deal of confidence. The member for South Andrews says that his light bill continues to go up. Bahamians are crying likewise. We must see some relief, Mr. Speaker. There continues to be a cocktail of deals at BPL that we need to better understand. We hear about Shell, we hear about GE, we hear about Wasilla. It's a mishmash that does not seem transparent concerning Bahamians. And I invite the minister responsible to speak to this in detail. The Bahamian people are talking about it and they want to know. Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, I came here to represent the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. I'm very proud of what Team Cooper movement has been able to achieve, notwithstanding significant odds. I am equally unsatisfied with the pace and the attention the government has paid to my constituency. 3 years in, the mini hospital is still not up and running with adequate staff and resources. People are unnecessarily at risk of dying. Exuma, I repeat, has the capacity to be the main economic driver for the Bahamas. Yes, we do need that new airport fast. Yes, we need that hospital like yesterday. Exuma is a high-end destination. It has pent-up demand for the affluent to travel. We are coronavirus free. We've declared ourselves coronavirus safe. We have created a plan that we hope to roll out. We hope that this status remains. We need that airport to create a hub for the South and the Central Bahamas. We have so much going on there. We can do so much more with Exuma, and you can do so much more for Exuma. You promised more money for local government from the first budget, but that has been elusive. All I hear is how they on the other side want to win the seat. Well, you can't forget about that. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you why. Exumians don't like bad treatment. But you don't need to win it to focus on it, you know. You're the government now. And after we win the next election, things will start to move more quickly. But you're in power now. And we pay a lot of taxes. You don't need to wait The people of Exuma really shouldn't have to wait for the PLP to take government to make things happen again. So we urge you to get on with it, and quickly. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely grateful to the people of Ragged Island for giving me the opportunity to be here and to speak on their behalf. I am happy that we have an investment in renewable energy on Ragged Island, though I am told and I am concerned that the panels have been installed in the flood zone in Grand Bahama, in Ragged Island. I brought this to the attention of the minister, and I invite you to look at it. There are many hills in Ragged Island, but it's been coming to my attention from the local captains and residents in that community who would know, who lived there all their life, that the panels were installed in the flood zone. The investment hasn't translated yet into anything meaningful, but after ignoring the cries of the people for many, many years, we're happy you're doing something. We're happy that the school project has begun. Ragged Island can be much more, you know. Don't forget Ragged Island. Ragged Island, I promise you, I won't forget you. You can be much more. We could set up a nice cottage industry with salt in Ragged Island. We will form a local cooperative to do so. Not only can we mine this and sell the salt locally and for export, but we can also set up spas and tours. We can have good business with eco and heritage tourism on Ragged Island as well. We don't have to have a lot of traffic in Ragged Island, you know. There's also incredible fishing off Ragged Island that would attract international fishing enthusiasts. I would also like to see an investment in a more tangible monument to commemorate the fallen Bahamian heroes from the HMBS Flamingo. People should never forget what has happened here. And the history must be told, and it must be commemorated. Ragged Island, I will never forget you. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I acknowledge that this is a beautiful country we have. I acknowledge that we have limitless potential. We only have 400,000 people. That's not a vast number. We don't have to live like this. If we make smart investments, we can reap the benefits. That's what a PLP government will do. We need to reform our education system to cater better to the needs of our population and equalize more of our people. This happens through better teacher training, more parental involvement, reformation of community organizations, and giving people a fighting chance. We need to digitize our economy in earnest. There are those who provide lip service to this issue. There are those whom this digitization would not capture, but we must bring it to all. This has been done effectively in Estonia and Greece and Singapore. We will be bold. We will go big. That's what a PLP government will do. Not only will we make it easier to do business, but it will give us a modernized framework on which we can grow. We need to make more investments in small and medium-sized enterprises. We acknowledge the effort so far, but we say we will do more. I went over this in my COVID-19 plan, the same one with $2 billion y'all keep talking about. The one y'all didn't bother to read very closely. All you saw was $2 billion. I am very proud of this plan. I want you to know this. I'm very proud of it. I lay it on the table. There's some good stuff in there, you know. We need to further streamline the investment process with the Bahamas Investment Authority to also encourage and shepherd significant domestic investment projects. We'll resource them and retool them to encourage and shepherd even big domestic investment projects. That's what a PLP government will do.
You at the helm.
Growth is the key to the future.
Yes.
We want to be more than just a country that manages debt. We want to grow our economy. We need that big push in agriculture and fisheries.
You at the helm.
We do need to feed ourselves. Then we must feed others. We can do it now.
Yes, we can.
We need to spur the pharmaceutical industry in Grand Bahama. Orderly, with proper regulations, with more incentives, and stronger business development and recruitment of companies. We will be proactive. We need to harness our natural resources. We need to invest the proceeds in our people. I asked weeks ago about the Mexican company Oceanus International, who claimed to have a license to sell our sand, even though only $24 from aragonite mining is in the 2019-2020 budget. I promised to ask for clarity in the House because I asked weeks ago. It's been crickets. No one said anything. Is Oceanus authorized to mine aragonite in the Bahamas? If so, when was Oceanus granted a permit to dredge aragonite in the Bahamas? Is Oceanus subcontracted to dredge in the Bahamas? And by who? What are the terms of the permit? What are the concessions? Who are the principals? There are a lot of questions. The Bahamian people want to know. Yeah. You have an obligation. You have an obligation to answer the questions of the Bahamian people in relation to its natural resources. In 2018, the Minister of the Environment announced that Cabinet was reviewing a report on the value of aragonite and the requisite mitigation of the effects of mining, and that report would come to Parliament. We want to know what the status of that report. I asked these questions weeks ago. Nobody answered. We must be accountable on issues regarding our natural resources. We have to protect and empower Bahamians. Yes. If not, why are we here? We need ease doing business, Freetown. We've been paying lip service to it for too long. We need to make the Bahamas a better place for all of our people, not just us.
You can speak to things like this.
We need to lead our people. We need to chart a course for future Bahamas that is filled with promise. That's what a PLP government will do. This all stems from leadership, though. Real leadership isn't determined from how one navigates in times of plenty. It's how we chart our course out of crisis. Bahamians have become disillusioned. Many of them, many of us, become disillusioned with leadership in this country. Why do you think we change government so often? The confidence isn't there. The inspiration isn't there. Bahamians must be inspired to dream again. They feel as if the country is stuck. Our youth and our millennials and Bahamians living abroad feel disillusioned. They feel as though we all just spinning our wheels because politicians only want power for power's sake. I know I speak for my colleagues on this side when I say we want power to harness possibilities, to shift the Bahamas to a country where dreams are only limited by the vastness of our imagination and your dedication to hard work, not the circumstances of our birth. We seek power to drive this country forward, forward with bold, decisive, visionary leadership. That's what a PLP government will bring. It is something that is sorely lacking in the leadership of this administration, unfortunately. But God in His wisdom, will see us through, will make us stronger, will help us rebound. And we are grateful and we are thankful. May God bless the people of Exuma and Ragged Island. May God also bless the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama. And may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
can follow you.
I like
I can follow you. I can follow you. I can follow you. No. When just the big one.
I know.
Isabella, Babu Khan.
As many. The chair recognizes the member for Central and South Abaco.
My relationship with grandma.
Thank you. Order members, the member for members, the order for Central and South Abaco.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the good and industrious people of Central and South Abaco, whom I have the distinguished pleasure of representing in this House, to give my contribution to the financial year 2020-2021 budget debate. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I would be quite remiss if I did not acknowledge the recent passing of a tremendous person in Abaconian, Mr. Patrick J. Bethel. Mr. Pat was an exceptionally community-minded individual. He dedicated his life as an educator and as a patriot. The lives he touched and the minds he molded are beyond counting. Mr. Pat even taught my own grandmother, Mr. Speaker. And his loss is felt throughout the entire Abaco community, and I would be so bold, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to say a loss to the entire nation. With your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I would like to read a brief poem that was written by Mother Teresa that Mr. Pat had one day dropped off the local Abaco newspaper to have published because he so cherished its message and wanted it shared with the wider community. And given the climate of the day and the struggles, challenge, I find it so very relevant to today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It reads, "People are often unreasonable, irrational, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of being selfish or having ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some unfaithful friends and some genuine enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and sincere, people may deceive you. Be honest and sincere anyway. What you spend years creating, others could destroy overnight. Create anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, some may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today will often be forgotten. Do good anyway. Give the best you have, and it will never be enough. But give your best anyway. See, Mr. Speaker, in the final analysis, it was between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. Abaco has had its fair share of difficult losses over the last 9 months. Hurricane Dorian took the lives of officially 60 people in Abaco. However, we know there are many more who are still missing and may likely never be accounted for, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The impact of their loss will forever be etched in the collective Abaco psyche. Mr. Speaker, these past months have not been kind to Abaco. We have suffered greatly. Dorian took lives. It leveled buildings. It destroyed overnight institutions and businesses that took generations of hard work to build up. And then, Mr. Speaker, our nation and the entire world was plagued with the deadly COVID-19 or coronavirus. And although fortunately, Abaco itself suffered no outbreak of the virus, it layered additional fear and hardship on an already overburdened people. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my apologies. Through you, I must address my constituents directly when I say we must keep working. We must keep striving. Our resolve has been tested, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but we refuse to break. The Abaco spirit is not a fragile spirit. Each and every day, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I continue to be awed and incredibly proud to represent such a hardworking, resilient, and passionate constituency. I would be further remiss, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I did not take every opportunity, including while addressing here the Honorable House on my feet here today, the overwhelming feeling of gratitude and respect I have for all of the various NGOs and charity groups that have continued to assist and guide Abaco on our road to recover. I must say to them, we owe you a collective debt that we can never repay you for. But please know and understand that your work, your selfless efforts, will forever be remembered by the people of Abaco. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have not come to this honorable house today to sugarcoat anything. The reality is, the situation in Abaco is still dire. There is still so much to do and so many people to help. And I would like to reassure my constituents, through you once more, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I remain resolved and determined to do everything in my power to rebuild and restore our home island. We have major challenges: water, electricity, educational institutions, and reliable shelters are still essential issues in some areas of Abaco. To my constituents, I want to be categorically clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Your concerns are my concern, not just as a representative, but as an Abaconian. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to turn and update my constituents on some major updates and developments within my constituency. Roughly a month before Hurricane Dorian ravaged Abaco, a $3.2 million contract was signed for the repair and restoration of the Dune Road in Elbow Key. I was certainly wishing the member of Carmichael was still present so I could thank him once again, but he understands and knows my gratitude, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to say that despite Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19 virus, work on this project remains ongoing and is steadily advancing every day. Mr. Speaker, the Dune Road project is a very dear and personal one to me. As a child living in Elbow Key at the time of Hurricane Floyd, I remember its passing and feeling as if the world had been destroyed. The Dune Road has since been a reminder of the power and the wrath that a hurricane can possess. And to see it now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, after 20 years, to finally be restored and repaired, fills me and many other Abaconians with hope. Mr. Speaker, I believe, if I can be so bold, the Dune Road project is a microcosm of the spirit and feeling of Abaco as it stands now. We are ready, we have suffered, but we are strong. We will continue and we will rebuild bigger and better than ever. Another vital project, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the repair and the repaving of the Ernestine Highway, which I must once again give my thanks to both the member for Carmichael and the member for Killarney for helping me bring such an important project to fruition. Mr. Speaker, this 6-mile stretch of highway that connects vital traffic between our central and southern communities, including heavy waste and fuel trucks, has been known for years as the washboard by Abaconians due to its dangerous state of deterioration. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am overjoyed to say that this critical infrastructure project has and is continuing post-Dorian and as we battle the COVID-19 pandemic. The resurfacing, striping, and other aspects involved in the project are approximately 95% complete. And thus, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to my constituents, soon the washboard shall be no more. Another infrastructural improvement in Abaco is that of water and sewage. I must commend and thank the member for Long Island, who serves as the chairman of the Water and Sewerage Corporation, for his commitment to his charge, particularly in Abaco. Water and Sewage Corporation partnered with Water Mission, the Goodness Tour, and UNICEF to launch the Abaco Sunny Waters Project. This initiative, Mr. Deputy Speaker, included a new 1.5 million imperial gallon storage tank and the creation of a beautiful memorial on one of the remaining damaged tanks that displays the beauty and strength of Abaco and its people. Furthermore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the initiative also includes the installation and use of a state-of-the-art solar-powered facility to power pumping stations and well fields. $804,000 had also been allocated by Water and Sewage for a new pumping station in Marsh Harbor, and 2 solar facility buildings and remedial works on all water, sewage, and buildings in Idaho, all of them. Over $95,000 has been allocated for a new variable frequency drive distribution pumping unit for the new Marsh Harbor pumping station. Solar power. More recently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Water and Sewage Corporation executed a contract for extensive refurbishment and repair of its water network in the Marsh Harbor area, valuing over $1.4 million. And I have it on very good authority, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the chairman has assured me that the contractor has been strongly encouraged to engage the local Abaco workforce as much as possible. I now must acknowledge the work of both the Small Business Development Center and the Disaster and Reconstruction Authority. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Small Business Development Center has helped approximately 60 businesses across Abaco to start and restart, providing a pathway and funding to empower entrepreneurs. And as time goes on, I am assured more and more businesses will be added to this growing list. Up to March 2020, the SBDC had dispersed approximately $2.9 million in loans for businesses affected by Hurricane Dorian in an effort to facilitate their reopening. This figure has since expanded to $3.4 million. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Disaster Reconstruction Authority has been given the gargantuan task of dealing with the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. As I am certain my colleague, the member for Central Grand Bahama, whose portfolio the authority falls under, will tell you, this is no simple endeavor. Mr. Speaker, through you, I ask the people of the Bahamas, the people of the entire nation, to imagine the scope and scale of what the absolute destruction of multiple communities physically looks like. Not just the media clips you may have seen, not a snapshot, not a recording, but to physically place yourself there and envision the physical destruction of multiple communities and what that would look like. And then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I further ask the nation to imagine what the process of cleaning, collecting, demolishing, separating, and sorting this mountain of debris would look like. And further, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for our nation to realize that this is only the beginning and that the authorities' charge obliges them to rebuild, repair, and replace what has been lost. I commend their work, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I am certain, as I am reassured, my colleague, the member of Central Grand Bahama, will go into further detail of their works in progress on Abaco and throughout the entire nation. But I do want to commend all the members of the board, the authority, their subcommittees, the minister, and all those who put in those countless hours of work. That is an unfortunate necessity, but it's hard work that must be done, and I must thank them for it. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I turn now to the matter of the 2020-2021 financial budget that we are debating here today. As the Minister of Finance had highlighted, or has highlighted in the past, this administration came into office with the aim of fiscal consolidation and getting our financial house in order for the people of the Commonwealth. And, Mr. Speaker, we could see proof of that process. Our deficit was shrinking. Our economy was growing. Those are the facts. We've heard a lot today, Mr. Speaker, throughout today's events about facts and figures and estimates and projections, but those are the facts. We knew the deficit was shrinking. We knew the economy was growing. We knew the direction we were headed. However, Mr. Speaker, we now live in a totally different reality than the one that existed when this administration came into office. We have been hit with one of the strongest hurricanes in recorded history. Dorian itself slashed $232 million from government revenue. Just revenue, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Simply revenue. We have also seen unfold in quick succession, with startling speed and spread, an incredibly destabilizing worldwide health pandemic. Both of these, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are elements beyond the control of any individual, any administration, or of any mankind. But the simple matter, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that with changing times, changing methodology is required. We must now tack in a different direction, one aimed at protecting and uplifting the Bahamian people in a way that provides stability while working to create opportunities out of crisis for Bahamians. One does not need a degree in macroeconomics or to be a certified accountant to understand the impact such catastrophes have on the public purse. But it is the responsibility, it is the duty of the government to shoulder the weight and support our citizenry as best we can while preparing and creating opportunities for an economic rebound, which I firmly believe, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will happen. It will happen, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you look at the budget, and as we all would have heard the Minister of Finance presentation, you will feel and see an overview and a pathway to support those objectives. This includes the creation of the Economic Recovery Committee, which is mandated to focus on the country's long-term economic revival and sustainable development. This committee has been formed not only to restore us to what we consider normal or traditional economic prosperity, but to fundamentally think and act outside of the box. To envision, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a new world of economic empowerment and opportunity for Bahamians. To build and create new pillars for the Bahamian economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is more than just another committee. The policy recommendations that come from the ERC will be used to chart a new course for the post-COVID-19 economic world. Mr. Speaker, another commitment made in this budget is the increase of some $50 million for the Small Business Development Center. This can and will expand the opportunities for entrepreneurial Bahamians to begin their own businesses and grow and diversify our economy right here at home. The administration, Mr. Speaker, is maintaining its commitment to free education for Bahamians from preschool to university. As we owe it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the future generations of Bahamians that their right to an education is not diluted or compromised by an economic crisis. In addition, this administration has increased the allocation for the University of the Bahamas Scholarship Initiative by $1.5 million and the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institution by some $500,000. Public health care spending is budgeted in excess of $300 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Access to health care is a fundamental human right. And, Mr. Speaker, I firmly believe the health of a nation is the wealth of a nation. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm a big believer in infrastructure spending. It improves our citizens' quality of life and provides new jobs and new opportunities for the public. So I'm elated that in this budget, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the overall capital works expenditure is being increased to $515.5 million. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is funding for roads, clinics, schools, and other critical public infrastructure projects that are desperately needed if we are to restart, regrow, and expand our economy. Simply put, Mr. Deputy Speaker, an investment in a nation's infrastructure is inherently an investment in its own people. So once again, Mr. Speaker, through you, I must reassure my constituents that I know the Honorable Member of Carmichael and the Most Honorable Prime Minister will work with me in translating a fair share of this expenditure within our constituency. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am also very pleased, as I'm sure my constituents are as well, that Abaco will continue to have the special economic recovery tax exemption through to the end of the year, giving even more critical time to rebuild, restore, and repair all that was lost. The road to reconstruction is not an easy one, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we must continue to utilize these special exemptions if we are ever to restore the great island of Abaco to not just its former glory, but far beyond. Abaconians are hardworking, resilient, and progressive people. And I share a vision, much like they do, of a better Abaco. For us, Mr. Speaker, the pain is still raw, sharp, and lingering. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not an experience that can be translated or understood to those who did not experience it. I see a world of potential out of the warped metal and foundations and rubble. There is the burning ember of promise, a promise of a better tomorrow, a new Abaco, an opportunity to manifest the destiny shaped and guided by our own hands. With that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Central and South Abaco supports this financial year 2020-2021 budget, and may God continue to bless you, Abaco, and our entire nation. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Central and South Abaco. Thank you. As many. The chair recognizes the member for North Abaco. The chair now recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Deputy, we've taken the decision, Mr. Deputy, that we will break at this point, and we will take up the debate in earnest tomorrow at 3 o'clock. So, Mr. Deputy, I do now move that the House suspends until 3 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday. Good night.
It's been moved and seconded that the House suspends until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing would rise. House is thereby suspended until 3 o'clock tomorrow.
All right.